everyone knew each other before the band. Some people for longer time periods. I've known Cookie and Ambrose since we were teenagers, and Lucas since we were teenagers actually as well. Cavs and our old drummer Eric, they went to school together. They're from a completely different part of town. I grew up on the coast in like a surfy kind of town. Lucas was from Geelong, which is like the main satellite city of Melbourne, I guess. We're all kind of country kids, really. And then we met in Melbourne, like living there and becoming mutual friends. And we were all playing in different bands. And at the start, King Giz was like the fun band. It was like the band that like, it was kind of jammy and loose and like we didn't really practice. And it was the membership was fluid. Like people would come along and just play one show, or we tried to make a band where like you could play if you didn't even know the songs or you didn't even know any of the members, you would be able to join and like play a show. And that's kind of like the early version of Gizzard.
Ambrose was the only one still in high school when Gizzard started. He might have just been 18, maybe he was 17 still. But Joe's maybe 4 years older than Ambrose, so yeah, we started between, let's say, 18 and 22. So I played in a band with Cookie in high school, but I also played in a band with Lucas in high school, who also went to school in Geelong, but at a different school. The band that I played in with Cookie was called Revolver and Son, and we were doing I suppose, authentic to the point of literally being teenagers garage rock thing, like a 60s garage rock thing, to the point of like, you know, wearing paisley button-up shirts and cowboy boots and like and playing with no distortion on our guitars. So yeah, Cookie and I played in that band together. And then yeah, I also played in a band with Lucas, which was, I suppose you would say, more indie, but was definitely still like a rock band format. More indie and probably more psychedelically tinged, a lot more sort of like bigger sounds and effects and spatial kind of things. And that band was called The Houses. Cav's the drummer for King Giz. He joined The Houses later, and I reckon that was my first year of uni, and I met Cavs through Eric, who was part of the band until a few years ago. Eric and I went to uni together with Joe as well.
When at the start it was just like a joke, like the whole thing was a joke. And then
Does that explain the name?
Yeah. We're like, me and Eric and Stu started, and we all met at RMIT, and then we sort of met each other's friends, and then we had to play a party, and it's like, what are we called? And then we're just like, oh, some piece like, you know, King Gizzard and Elizabeth. I'm like, that's so shit. And then like, well, so I, you know, didn't think it like past that night really. Love it or hate the name. It's like if you see King Gizzard like on a piece of paper or hear it even, you just like, that I remember that name.
Ambrose played in a band with Lucas at the same time that I played in a band with Lucas, and that was called Sambrose Automobile.
So I like, when I was little, I did all that busking stuff, and then all of a sudden my dad's friend said he would record me, so then I wrangled together a bunch of half-assed songs. It was like a 7-track CD EP thing called Blow the Blues when I was like 8 or 9 or something. And then I got super ashamed of that because I got thrown into like the skate world and hanging out with a lot of like dudes that were immediately older than me. And then when they started to discover that, they would just tease me for days on it. So I think I like destroyed most of those CDs because I was so embarrassed. And then I was like, screw that, I'm not doing music. And then I met my best friend in primary at the end of primary school, and yeah, he was like super keen musician, and he made me like come play harmonica with him all the time. So I always just had the harmonica still going because like harmonica was, you know, easy enough once you get your head around it to just start jamming with people. He kind of like pulled me back into doing that more. But yeah, at that time I was like, had my hair dyed black. I just wanted to be like Nox Godoy and like listen to Ramones and Sex Pistols and watch like Baker 2G constantly. So I was like so on another path. And then all through my teenage years, we started to keep playing music, and then we had a band, Sambro's Automobile, which is like blues rock. By the time I was like 14 or so, we had a drummer, and then the bass player was Lucas, who's in Gizzard. Mm-hmm. So yeah, he was playing bass with us from when I was like 15 or 14 or something. And then we like started playing gigs, and we met like Cook and Stu, who had another band. And this is all down like in Geelong, like around the Surf Coast area of Victoria. And then we all just kind of grew up with each other in that sense. And we started just going to pubs every weekend and playing underage and getting, drunk and stuff and doing all these things for the first time, kind of like all together at once. And then by the time I was like finishing high school, Stu was like always in bands as like the guitar player, he never really sung or anything. And then when he started Gizzard, I saw Gizzard play, and I was like, I want to be in that band, like straight up. That's what I wanted. I hope he asked me to come play harmonica with him one day, because that's the band I want to play harmonica in. Oh, really? I'd never seen anything like that yet. And then the next week he asked me to come play, and I just kept rocking up, despite him probably not wanting me to. Also at the same time as Gizzard started, literally probably only a couple weeks apart, I started Murlocs. And so I was kind of like starting to do gigs with Murlocs, like would play one place and then I'd go and see Gizzard play later somewhere else or whatever. And it was kind of just all went intertwined.
So we actually are all connected deeply to like our very earlier years. And we were all living in share houses. Like most of us, maybe everybody at one point lived in these 2 share houses, which were like on a corner in Carlton, which is in Melbourne. So, and that was before the band started. So all the bands were kind of playing shows together and going to shows and going to parties. And King Giz was a collective of people who wanted to be in the experimental band, I think. And the lineup included a lot more people in the earlier years, probably for like a 2-year period. It was a fluid membership. There was technically wasn't members of the band, I would say. But over the years, most people decided it was like either boring or annoying to be in the band and bailed. So we sort of just were naturally solidified into the kind of the group.
The 7 that stuck around for like a long time before Eric left the band or whatever, we're just the 7 people who just thought that concept like had validity. Maybe everyone else was like, I'm out of here. This is stupid. So yeah, in that sense, it was never really like a put together band. That's kind of why we got sort of like 2 drummers, 3 guitarists, like harmonica. There's weird instrumentation, makes no sense. We play like weird genres and shit. It just happened, you know. It just like spontaneously formed. Let's have a band where we just try to like alienate the audience on purpose and just have fun on stage.
Anything worked. Like we weren't thinking about how we would get to the next stage or any form of strategy or anything. Like we were just playing shows because like it felt good and like we enjoyed playing music together in this sort of like wholesome, old-fashioned sort of way.
I do think that there was a magical chemistry between like the band members.
An EP like in late 2011, and we kind of just after that we were like, oh, we just did everything ourselves. So we basically like did all the artwork, got it pressed and got it distributed like all on our own. So we were like, oh, we don't really need anyone else to do it for us.
We just released our first full album called 12 Bar Bruise. I think it's been really cool to release an album. Like we released 2 EPs before that. And it was, really cool to, I don't know, feel like a real band after releasing an album and just for people to listen to that.
So let's talk about the record, 12 Bar Bruise. How long has it been, in the gestation period?
A fair while. Most of the songs aren't really that old though. They're probably all written this year and stuff. It's been, the recording process was kind of fairly quick and pretty painless. Yeah, it was good. We did do it in a studio and stuff, but we did it pretty quickly and cheaply. And actually, a fair chunk of it was done at home too.
Yeah.
And and then we just sort of, I don't know. It was a pretty long process.
Yeah.
The actual, I guess the recording process took quite a while, and the writing, obviously getting all the songs together.
Yeah.
And then we kind of actually putting it out, like the CDs, it didn't really, we kind of just sourced the artwork and got a friend to do some amazing stuff, some amazing art, and then I think Stu put together a little bit of the insert design type thing. Like Stu just got on Photoshop and did a little bit himself as well. And then the CDs, we just found somebody to like distribute it, to help put it out, and that came together quite quickly. But then we also are doing vinyl, which takes a lot longer.
Yeah, having a 7-piece is good because you can work in different combinations of people and that kind of thing. The band is never really set to the 7-piece thing.
Yeah, so it's more like, they might work out, Stu might work out a song with our drummer and bass player just as a 3-piece, and then kind of add little sections of other instruments here and there. And I guess that's kind of how we did it for 12 Bar. But we want to, like, the next thing we do, we kind of want to actually record as a 7-piece, just for something different, just to mix it up.
There are some winning titles all over this record, including Garage Lydiard. I know you guys are big fans of the drones.
Yeah.
What are some of your favourite moments on the record when you think back about recording it and writing it? What are some of the highlights for you guys now that you've got this or are about to release this album out into the world?
It was really fun to create.
Absolutely. There was a couple of moments that stand out, like with the song Footy, like Stu kind of wrote it as, once again, just an absolute gag song, like it was just an absolute joke. And we thought, we can never play this, like we didn't know how people would take it, or if they would like hate us, or if all of a sudden we'd just become this band that has the Footy song or something like that. And we're just in the studio and the song was kind of done, and then Joe, like our guitarist, just started like doing these really funny like voiceover of all these like favourite players, and we're like, you got to record that, you got to add that in. So now it's just like the whole song is just a roll call of all these mid-90s like underappreciated AFL players.
One of the other favourite moments on this record for me is Uh-Oh, I Called Mum. A lot of life in this song. What's the backstory to that particular tune?
It came from an experience Lucas had at Golden Plains actually this year, I think. We're listening to, was it Charles Bradley? Yeah, just watching him play, and just this incredible old soul singer, like absolutely so sort of like heartfelt, and this amazing performance, and Lucas just kind of started to, get a little bit anxious or a little bit excited, and he kind of freaked out a little bit and ended up in the medical tent, and he called his mum. And because that was the only thing that was going to sort of make him feel better, was calling his mum. Yeah, and that's kind of how this story evolved, and Stu just thought he'd write a little tune about it.
Forever regretting that need for comfort.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We could never let him get away with it, so I guess we put it in a song, so now it's just out there forever.
And there's been some kind of fun things on it as well, like famously the title track is recorded on iPhone recorders.
Yeah.
And yet it still sounds like, it doesn't sound that different from the rest of the record.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think iPhone's absolutely unbelievable. Stuff you can do with them is just crazy. But we used about 5 for that song, all at the same time, and then mixed them together like that. So it kind of was better than one.
Sea of Trees, tell us a little bit about this one.
It's not much to tell.
Yeah, this was kind of my favourite song on the album. It's kind of like a very cruisy, I reckon it's a bit of a driving number.
Yeah, it's a bit dark.
So it's a bit dark. The lyrical content is a lot darker than on most of the songs that Stu has written. But it's good.
Yeah. It's about that forest in Japan that, disgruntled or like businessmen go or like and kill themselves essentially. It's called the Sea of Cheese.
Wow.
Translated from whatever the Japanese word is.
That
it's pretty morbid.
Yeah, I think we just want to put out another album like in January.
Yeah, so we just we just finished recording an album. So we'll probably release that in January.
When did John
Like about a month ago. Yeah, it's DIY.
Like recording something that we've consistently always done, whether we've released it or not, since the band started. I won't give anything away yet until we do release it, but it's sort of its own big kind of project, this one.
Yeah, it's a lot different. Like, it's not really like normal Gizzard. It's like a different thing altogether. But it's cool. It'll come under the same name.
And then after that, after 12 Bar Bruise, I've been told that you've got sort of like a spaghetti western record on the way, or was that a joke that just came out of an interview
I don't know people that knew about that, but that's cool. Yeah. So that'll be hopefully early next year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we've almost nearly recorded most of it.
Yeah, it's pretty done.
So is that going to be the second record, or is that like a different thing?
But it'll still be,
it'll be a real record. But it won't be a normal one.
Yeah, right.
But that's the point, I suppose.
Awesome. Well, look, 12 Bar Bruise out now from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Spaghetti Western one early next year. Does that have a title yet?
Navajo Quicksand. Is that a working title?
That's kind of cool. I like Navajo Quicksand.
Got a few working titles.
All right, cool.
I think first we just had an idea to just write a score for like an imaginary film, and we didn't really have. I mean, we did something in the past with Brod, and I suppose it kind of was spurred on by then. But I think, the start for this, the concept for this album was really just a score for a imaginary film, which we all thought would be a really fun kind of challenge to attempt.
Yeah.
But Brod got involved, and he's just absolutely obsessed with westerns. Like, he's just a nut. he's just crazy in general, and he's just really into it. So he essentially wrote this story. He would send us a chapter every now and then, and I think some of the time we'd send him music, and that might inspire, part of his chapter. He'd think like, oh, this song's got this vibe to it. Maybe that's what the character can do next in the next chapter. And then often he'd send a chapter, and then we'd be like, all right, sweet, this chapter feels like this. And then we'd write something to specifically suit that chapter that he'd written. So it kind of went really back and forth like that.
Okay.
And the songs were just kind of recorded one by one, just at home. And yeah, just when we sort of had time around sort of Brod's chapters. And then we pieced it all together, and there it was.
Yeah. And that album's called Eyes Like the Sky, and because Broderick's the father of one of your bandmates as well, Ambrose. So and of course he's been there and done that with Carson and the Dingoes. Does he sort of give you guys a bit of inspiration occasionally, or give you advice on how to be in a band? Or
yeah, he does. He's a very, very interesting man, and he's great to have a chat to and kind of hear a lot of his I suppose rock star type of stories. But he's a good guy to kind of be involved with. I mean, it was an awesome kind of thing just to collaborate with him. Yeah, cool guy. He writes a good story. Yeah, good writer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think as soon as we finished this album, I was like, this guy, he just wanted to do another one straight away.
Yeah.
He wanted to do Eyes Like the Sky 2 straight away.
All right.
And he's written it already. He wrote it like a month after we finished it.
Okay.
So I think he's waiting for us to do it, but
yeah.
It's hard to find the inspiration to kind of write an entire album. So maybe one day there'll be Eyes Like the Sky 2.
Okay, we'll look forward to that.
Yeah, maybe.
And do you guys record everything yourself for your albums?
No, it's sort of always been varying. Eyes Like the Sky was completely just at home. It was very simple, just deliberately kind of a very simple setup. I mean, that style of music, it just really felt like you didn't need too much crazy stuff
to record it, especially because most of the music was, the story is kind of the main thing that's going on, and the music is meant to, like any soundtrack, is meant to complement the narrative. So I think, with that album, we did it ourselves, and we just felt that it was relevant to do that.
Next morning, clearly the wagon master of the train came into the post, greatly excited, and reported that the dead body of a man and horse had been found in the road about 6 miles from the post. A company of infantry was immediately ordered out, and proceeding to the spot found the body of Sam Cherry, pinned fast to the ground by the dead body of his horse. The search was continued, and in the lateral canyon were found the bodies of Sergeant Love and the 3 privates loaded with bullets, mutilated and disfigured.
So is there a different vibe then to the new album that'll come out to your previous one?
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, Eyes Like the Sky, that only came out very recently, didn't it?
Yeah.
In February. So you guys have obviously been, working pretty hard, or just been working pretty speedily to kind of get this one done.
Well, we just we just try and do as much as we can. Like Stu, I guess the King Gizzard, he sort of just has he's just like one of those guys that just has to be doing something, and like he just is always doing music and always making music, and so he's really prolific in terms of writing, I guess. But like it's more just like the vibe as well, just such a positive vibe, like it's crazy, and like there's no it's just like it is what it is, and like it's just really sort of seamless process. But the new album is like it's really different. It's different in I don't know, it's much more sort of like lush, and I don't want to say that mature or mellow, because it's still some pretty hardcore little moments on it, but I'm pretty excited, and we're all really interested to see how it's taken.
And you've just released Head On Pill, which is a taste of the new album, which is 16 minutes long.
Yeah, about that.
So we don't really have time for that, because that'd be the end of the show.
When we were writing that song, when we were jamming it or whatever, I think the first few times we actually played it, went for an hour and a half. We played the song for an hour and a half, and then just had to sort of hone it and condense it all. And now it is what it is.
It's a pretty bold move, I would say, to release that with the first taste of new album.
Yeah,
it's a great song.
Yeah, we're all really happy with it. I don't know, I think we just listened to a lot of krautrock, German krautrock in between Eyes Like the Sky and now.
Well, Head On Pill was a song that we did kind of maybe halfway through kind of the band's journey, that maybe was a turning point for the band a little bit. So I remember recording that song. It was we were sort of changing from a 2-minute 3-chord garage rock band to more of a experimental, trying new things and trying new styles type band. Yeah. And that song was really the crux of that. So that was kind of an important little journey in the band's history.
This one?
Any live shows coming up soon for you guys?
No, nothing yet. We'll probably have a tour for the album later in the year. Yeah. But no, we've already got the album after the new album ready to go.
Really?
I think so.
How does that even? So why do you split them up? if you've already got that many tracks, did you ever think about just picking the best ones and having one album?
I don't know. I like it. It's like just always. It's great for the band and stuff. And I think we just like we almost go with themes of it. So we'll be like, all right, this is the sort of psych record. This one coming up, and then the next one will just be like all out sort of like frenetic punk. Each song will be like 50 seconds long, and then like the one after will just be like lush pop. You know what I mean? And then like we'll do a hip hop record or something.
That would be great.
We could. Yeah. We'd been done with Oddments for a long time. It's definitely not a B-sides record, but it's sort of like these songs that we just accumulated that maybe didn't really fit sort of thematically with other records. But we felt were good songs in their own right. So that's Oddments, and then so that sort of was almost done before. You know what I mean? Like we didn't have to work.
Yeah, you already had the songs, and it's just chuck them on the album.
The thing about Oddments is that. Not saying that it was necessarily a B-side, like we wrote music for it, but a lot of the songs were just sort of songs that we'd had that maybe just sort of didn't fit into our previous records. And like, not saying they were, bad songs, but I think like the fact that we just sort of had that ready to go and there wasn't that much work to do on that album means that we're able to work on more stuff. Yeah, I think Sleepwalker was a really early song. Was going to go on like Willoughby's Beach potentially, but yeah, sort of just little bedroom ditties that just
We won the heavy metal hardcore /punk /
best album.
Means more than you could imagine. To me,
People appreciate our music. And, that's the most humbling thing ever. So.
And for anyone to support 7 of us to do something is amazing.
Thanks, Carlton Dry. I'm Cook, and we're from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. In terms of your music, Stu, I can't help but feel that like you had a very set like Australiana aesthetic. Obviously, because of the like Western record, you had to do an aesthetic to match that. And then, obviously, now you've gone a bit more psychedelic, and it's very rare for acts to, like, change their image that much. Was it a sort of conscious thing that you had to consider as you were changing with the music, or what?
I don't think it was super conscious. I think it was just kind of fun to do something different.
Yeah.
More than anything. Just kind of feeling like we should change, because it's fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's obviously been rewarded. You've been very prolific. You've released, like, 3 albums now in the course of 18 months. And you've just won $50,000 from the Air Awards. What are you going to do with that money?
We're going to go to America and just live it up.
And obviously you're going to base yourselves there for a while. I think that's the way to do it with the States, is that right?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see how far we can stretch that 7 ways.
Yep.
But we'll see, I suppose.
It's very expensive to travel a band of 7 people.
Yeah, yep.
Is that what's precluded you from doing it in the past?
I think so. We had a few opportunities in the past, but it's never eventuated until... Yeah, this is going to help us do that.
We're a 7-piece and like we had no money. We won this like competition, it's like, not like, it's sort of just like, it was like a short list of like a bunch of bands doing good in Australia, mainly around Melbourne, and like Carlton Dry, this like beer company in Melbourne, and the prize was $50,000. And then Stu called me one day when I was skating and he was like, hey, we just won it. Like, we're going to go to America for like 2 months. And I was just like, let's go.
Yeah. We're going to head to the States. We're going to head to the States at the start of May with the $50,000 we won from Carlton Dry. So we're sort of, we fly into Austin and we play Austin for Psychfest, which is sort of a pretty big thing for us. We've been fans of that festival for a long time, and to be playing is pretty cool. Then we sort of do a tour through the rest of May, heading northeast up to Canada for Canadian Music Week, then down the East Coast to New York, where we'll settle for a month or so and try and do some recording, and then see what happens.
We've always been really like proactive band in terms of recording ourselves, but to be actually based somewhere for a whole month just recording, like
all of us together as well. We never really sort of all in the one place for. I guess, when we're in New York, we'll all be there for recording for 3 weeks or a month or whatever, and we'll just all be there.
We wouldn't even really be able to do that in Melbourne because, everyone's kind of spread out, and for actually everyone to be in the one place for that amount of time will just be really productive. Yeah, that's the most exciting thing for me.
And then that was it. Yeah, I think from that moment I just knew that it was gonna just go to the next level because everyone is just so determined and like on the same page constantly. So we needed to venture out.
I guess we've always kind of tried to have every record as a bit of a time sort of capsule or whatever, and try something different, and then sort of move on and try something else after that, and sort of make it a bit thematic or conceptual maybe.
I've read, I'm sort of intrigued by something I read that says that some of your records are made very improvisationally, and then some of them you actually labor quite a bit over, and they're thought out quite a bit and rehearsed quite a bit. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I guess like you could say, yeah, it's like a big difference between I'm in Your Mind Fuzz and Quarters. It was like I'm in Your Mind Fuzz, yeah, we did labor over that one, and it was like, even though it's kind of jammy, it was pretty sort of rehearsed, and yeah, we spent a lot of time.
We started sessions doing that in Melbourne. It would have been like at the end of 2013. But then kind of like we incorporated all those new songs from Mind Fuzz into our set and kind of got them tighter and tighter, and they started to develop. And then we ended up recording that record, or the rest of the record, at Daptone last November. So yeah, but then there's like Quarters, which is, you know, Stu just had a couple of ideas, and literally like the day before we had some studio time at Daptone booked in again. Just, where was it? That amazing kind of bar in Brooklyn we just kind of hired.
Oh yeah.
And we just like kind of rehearsed it and just fleshed it out, and then just went into Daptone the next day and just like, I don't know, then that was Quarters. Like it's kind of just whatever happens type thing.
When you read reviews of the band's albums, a lot of labels, genre labels thrown out, but you really cover touchstone on a lot of different musical styles, a lot of jazz, you know, in your sound. And it seems like you're mostly just fueled by discovery and exploration and experimentation. I mean, I'm curious where the jumping off point is for some of your records.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of always been the thing of just sort of making each record a bit of an experiment in its own way, sort of like within some bounds. So like every record's kind of have a vague theme, and then sort of try and experiment within that theme.
Cellophane, hot water, and hot wax. So how do these things how do you get them in the fantasy world?
Yeah, I guess they're just things. Sometimes you just kind of think of something and then it becomes a song before you know it. It's just, you know, you're just getting in there and you're thinking about something, and then, you know, you're kind of thinking about it as a song, and then there's this music. And, yeah.
I wanted Quarters to be able to play at the end of I'm in Your Mind Fuzz and feel like it was another place. Like I'm in Your Mind Fuzz is very heavy, but it gets more chill as it kind of ends, and then Quarters is very chill.
And it just picks up right where Mind Fuzz left off.
Yeah, that was kind of the point.
Yeah.
It was meant to be companion, but also like a little bit polar as well, sort of different, exploring like opposite sides of the coin or whatever.
One thing I'm really kind of keen to find out, you've got this album and a ton of different albums we've tried. Concept like Quarters was another one that just really kind of pushed into different territories, having like 4 distinct segments. Are there any other kind of ideas that are rolling around your head that like you're just looking to try and get into in some kind of fashion?
Yeah, I mean, definitely in terms of musical kind of ideas, and I mean, to me, if you're not exploring, or, you know, if you're not kind of being creative, or you're not
don't know, challenging yourself in some way, then it's not really very fun. So yeah, there's always kind of something to explore.
I mentioned that you had, and I just heard recently that you have a new album coming out in November, Paper Mâché Dream Balloon. I've only heard one song from it, and I can definitely tell it's a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard album. Your sound is definitely in there, but you took a bit of a left turn on that record, even though we haven't heard anything from you live yet. Can you tell me a little bit about that one?
Yeah, it was a funny one. Yeah, I guess like after those two records we were talking about, they were very sort of concept kind of records and sort of just like thinking records, you know, when you're sort of spending all this time thinking about what music is and kind of less time even kind of writing songs or whatever, and it's sort of weird. So we'd sort of been working on some more stuff like that, even heavier maybe, sort of super concept, just like a song cycle record or whatever, and then I was starting to feel super bummed out by not being able to make a song that's just a song. It's like not some epic thing, and I kind of think that's real dumb. So yeah, we sort of, I guess, challenged ourselves with this Paper Mâché Dream Balloon thing. Just say, let's make a record of just songs. They're just standalone songs, and then we sort of said, let's make it all acoustic. So there's no electric guitars or keyboards or anything. It's all like piano and acoustic guitar and flute and fiddle.
Tried our hands at some very incompetent strings.
Yeah, we're pretty bad at quite a few of those instruments.
I'm intrigued to hear it. As I said, we've been playing one song so far, and I can definitely hear elements from your other records, but it is quite a change-up, and it's nice.
Yeah, cool. I guess like the songwriting is maybe similar to some stuff we've done before, but it's yeah, the whole kind of acoustic thing was sort of the challenge of it.
Yeah, this record, I guess you could say, kind of was a palate cleanser, if I don't sound too pretentious saying that. Yeah, you know, we're working on some conceptual, heavy stuff, just really loud, almost prog sort of proto-metal or something, weird stuff. And I wanted it to be this really kind of song cycle album record that would be all linked up and make some form of sense. But the last two records that we put out before Paper Mâché were kind of conceptual as well. I just sort of felt like I was thinking about music more than I was playing music, thinking about what music could be or is or whatever. And that's kind of stupid to do that too much. So Paper Mâché kind of came out of that. It was like, let's do something that isn't that for a while. Like, let's make some songs that are just songs. I was kind of feeling like I couldn't write just a 2-minute song about not that much. But I think that it's cool to be able to do that, but I sort of felt like I had this pressure to make all these songs that were like these epic pieces. So I just wanted to escape that for a little bit, and then feel like when we do with the next record, get back to this sort of heavy conceptual stuff that we can like dive right into it and go kind of all out. I think, you know, we originally wanted to make a record which was kind of a suite, you know, with chapters that kind of referenced each other and, you know, had kind of a, not necessarily a narrative, but was kind of a world that you could be kind of like dropped into and things would come back at you. It wasn't like a linear sort of road. It was more of a, you know, being dropped into like a 3D kind of location. And then I think
eventually it sort of just made sense to loop it all back around so you sort of couldn't escape the world. I think it was just little by little. The songs sort of naturally evolved, and as other songs took shape, maybe we started kind of grabbing ideas from those ones and kind of implanting them into other ones. And it was almost as if as new songs kind of evolved, they sort of added to the landscape of the record, and that sort of cast a shadow upon some of the other songs. So it was it was kind of a slow process of sort of creating this kind of landscape.
It's really cool, and especially seeing how one leads into another. And when it comes to the videos as well, I just caught the video for was it Vulture People? People Vultures, yeah, last night, which is like some weird like Wizard of Oz meets Power Rangers almost. Like, how did that come into fruition? Like, how do you decide to create that kind of ethos?
I can't take a huge amount of credit for that one, but our boy Jason Galea, who we always collaborate with, he has made all of our record covers and has kind of worked on pretty much everything visually within the band since the start. He collaborated with this other guy, Danny Cohen, these two guys from Melbourne, and they added another level of fantasy on top of the landscape or the kind of narrative that we had created. And they sort of brought a lot of their own ideas in, and we talked about things, and I really trust Jason's kind of vision, and his collaboration with Danny is really cool. But that's their vision with our sort of story.
I know Jace is going to collaborate with some other people on the rest of the videos, and he's kind of got a grand plan, and he's sort of constructed a visual sort of narrative out of the record. So we're kind of giving him free rein to go nuts and extrapolate on the concept.
You talk a lot in past interviews about just working with Jason Galea, your friend, and like the unofficial extra member of Gizzard. And I was wondering, when it comes to your process and just making the music, is it Jason's art that's really kind of influencing you and leading you, or is the music that you guys are making influencing the art that Jason makes, or maybe a little bit of both?
It's definitely a little bit of both. So when I'm writing, I'm always sending stuff to Jace. We're always we see each other at least once a week. He's often in our studio or like whatever, and we're talking all the time. But I'm always updating playlists of songs that we're working on, or demos or whatever. And his mind is always kind of ticking about what things are, and he'll send me ideas or sketches or whatever of where he's at with things. He's named several King Gizzard albums. Like, he's definitely like this synergy is a real thing, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it is sometimes different. Like sometimes, the cover does come together in more of a traditional way. It's like the album's pretty much done, and he's like, all right, cover time, let's go. And then other times the cover's done way before the album's done. So, it just depends on the project.
Who did those amazing acrobatics of the big fig wasp? That was insane.
That was actually Cookie.
Yeah.
I'm very nimble. Yeah, he's very nimble. He's
those
massive
are
and nimble.
amazing. Did you put out like a call for those? Somebody had to like source that.
It's called, what was it called? Wushuing?
Wushu.
Wushu?
Is that the style?
That's the style.
What is it, Cookie?
Cookie, what is it?
Movements.
I think
how long have you been
training?
I think his name is Tyler.
I think Danny, the guy who directed it or co-directed with Jace, he just sourced it was like a martial artist who could just do all the crazy stuff.
He had a hidden trampoline, and he was doing tricks on it. It was really cool.
I bet you've got to stay nimble and kind of warmed up to be able to do that. That was insane.
He was a freak.
What did you do with the people vulture after filming the music video? That is one of my favorite things of all time.
It went around.
It's a good story.
It was taken by... we took it to Gizzfest.
Yeah, we first took it on a boat to Tasmania, and we set it up at a show at a festival there. It's kind of like an arts festival, and they asked if we could bring it. So we worked out, because it's massive, it's really hard to carry, worked out put it on a van, and then travelled it on a boat over to Tassie, then got it back, and then we took it to Gizzfest, and I think we just put it in the crowd, and like all the fans like grabbed it and used it, and then apparently it's like in a fan's like basement or something.
It's in someone's
or it's in their
bedroom.
garage. That's what we heard, but we haven't seen it since. It just got taken after the.
Put it out for hard
Send us a photo if you have it.
This was very much inspired by playing a lot of shows. When we really started to tour internationally was kind of 2014, and that's really when the seeds of Nonagon were set. And yeah, we were trying to do this thing in the shows at that point around 2014, where we wanted to start and not stop. And at this point, we weren't doing like long shows like we are now. They might have been, I don't know, 60 minutes felt like a very long show in those days. But we were trying to do this thing where we'd start and play the whole time, and every song would kind of like blend together and mash into each other. And, you know, we didn't want it to be like atmospheric and ethereal. We wanted it to just like be like freakishly intense and like just an absolute assault of like all of your senses. It probably did take us like 18 months of touring to kind of figure out what was going to work in that way. And in fact, we did, we started recording it. We made a good dint on it. We actually thought we'd recorded all of it, and we got to the end and we realized that it wasn't done. And so we took a break and we made Paper Mâché Dream Balloon. And that was like this incredible palate cleanser, because it needed to be the opposite thing to Nonagon. It couldn't compete with any of those ideas. Yeah, and so Nonagon has this sort of like intense atmosphere, and everything is just on max and sped up, and there's no downtime, and it's just like press play and then just go. And we were trying to do that, which did actually prove to be harder than we thought, to just insert no breathing space into 9 songs in a row and make them work and make sense back to back.
Every song we were sort of experimenting with different time signatures, and we're also trying to make something that was, pretty heavy and didn't really let up unless it felt like you really, really needed a breath. So, I guess there's, it was the most difficult group of songs to play. We're not super kind of trained musicians or anything.
Yeah.
So the songs were actually difficult to sort of get together and get feeling sort of tight as a group. So I think that element of it was the most difficult. Obviously, sort of recording it all and making it sound sort of right as a full kind of looping experience thing was a bit tricky as well. I mean, the whole process was just mentally sort of challenging more than any record that we've ever made before. You know, contrasting with Paper Mâché, Dream Balloon and Quarters, which were both actually really enjoyable records to make. You know, Paper Mâché was made in Australia over a couple of months of just weekends, low pressure, just sort of, you know, like taking these kind of loose songs that we had and jamming some sort of weird acoustic instruments over the top, and then Quarters was sort of like really freeform sort of jams, like pretty loose, not very rehearsed or not very structured or anything. So yeah, this one was kind of different to those records and was just a lot more work.
I want to ask really quickly before we let you get away about this new record. There is always something interesting going on under the surface on your records. Nonagon Infinity had that infinity loop going, which was such a fun and brilliant idea. And I understand that you were exploring microtonal tuning. And first off, I want to know what that is, and then where did you come up with that idea?
Sure. Yeah, as you can see, we kind of refretted a bunch of guitars and bass guitar and kind of retuned some keyboards and harmonica to play some notes that aren't usually easily accessible on a regular Western instrument. I was messing around with a bağlama, which is a Turkish stringed instrument. Which has kind of movable and non sort of specifically fixed frets. And yeah, I guess I started writing some songs on this instrument, and they had sounds in it that are just not easily replicated with an electric guitar at all. So at first I thought we were making a bağlama record, and it sort of became more and more obvious that it was going to be more fun to play the songs on electric guitar. So the initial idea was basically to refret some guitars to play these songs that I wrote on bağlama. And then what happened was all the songs that I wrote on bağlama got kind of discarded, and we sort of wrote new songs on these guitars. And it's not really, it ended up some kind of weird in-between place. It's not sort of exactly Turkish folk music at all, but it sort of has a loose inspiration from that. I mean, they would fret them completely different to what we did, but that was the inspiration. Yeah, I mean, there was a serendipitous moment where a friend of mine said, "Hey, I'm going to start building guitars. It would be cool if you want to like work on a guitar together." So I sort of said, "Hey, yeah, that's cool. I kind of got this idea. What about we build this guitar and kind of fret it sort of unusually?" So that was kind of where this guitar came from.
And that is the Flying Microtonal Banana, is that right?
Yeah, which we named the Flying Microtonal Banana because it's sort of like a flying V-ish shape, and it's microtonal fretboard, and it's yellow. So, and this getting this guitar was I suppose the inspiration for making all of these songs, and all but maybe one of them were written on this guitar. So. Yeah, I mean, and then once we kind of had a few ideas, we had to sort of modify a few other instruments, which we kind of just got from we sort of just bought the cheapest instruments we could possibly find, and you sort of like mess them up, because once you do that, there's kind of no turning back. You're sort of ruining instruments in a sense. What we did was I set a budget for Cookie and Joey and Lucas to go buy an electric guitar and two electric guitars and a bass, and it's $400 each, Australian dollars, which doesn't buy you much over here. But that was the point. It was like, we're gonna kind of ruin these guitars. We're gonna have to punch a bunch more frets into them. So we bought these like super cheap, funny instruments. Two Telecaster copies, which Joe and Cookie played. One's like a Greco thing, which was actually quite cool. One's I can't even remember. It might not have even had a brand on it. Lucas was a Gibson with a V, which I think was an Indian Gibson copy. from like the 80s or something. It's actually very cool looking, horrible sounding instrument. Anyway, we refretted all of these to kind of match with the flying microtonal banana. A flying microtonal banana. It's not a real banana. It's made by a friend called Zach. He rules. This is his little setup. We had this idea of adding some secret notes, kind of like sort of out of tune, kind of like half quarter tones. So we've kind of been making this record to be quarter tone zone.
This ain't no flying banana. This is a premium Jason brand, foot model, gaffer neck, brown bridge. So if you ever fucked around with open tunings on your own little tacker, listen to a bit of John Butler, a bit of Xavier Rudd, that type of stuff was, came quite easy, it's quite good. But if you actually add a little half fret in between a fret that's already established on the guitar, you get these interesting little transient notes, bipartisan by nature. They will really kind of take you to that next level of musician. And really, what else can you say?
There's my drums. They're tuned to microtones, similar to the guitars actually, as you can tell. And this is Eric.
So this is my drum kit, I guess. I think my kick drum got taken away because I lost my privileges.
Lukey.
Put a couple of extra frets in there, so it sounds a bit out of tune. That's the secret behind this album.
I'm Ambrose. Strangers call me Kenny. This is my MIDI. These are the keys to her heart.
So you didn't use your regular instruments?
Yeah, exactly. And we didn't know what we were doing. Like, we didn't know whether it was going to be one song or whether it was going to be a whole record at the time, or it was going to be an experiment which was going to fail. And we did a thing that we hadn't done before, which we have done since, but we hadn't done it before at this point. We put mics in our rehearsal room, in our like little jam room thing. We just set up mics on everything. We recorded on just like a little 8-track on a little half-inch Tascam reel-to-reel machine, and we just basically put a mic on everything and just kind of summed it down to tape and had everything kind of good to go. And then each day we would like jam a new song from scratch, and then by 4 or 5 o'clock we would tape it. And that was the tape. That was the take. Every single song is that. Every single song is like, we learnt it that day, and by the end of the day, we recorded it. And we maybe did 15 or 16 tracks like that. They were all instrumental at this stage. I had vocal ideas, but we didn't track vocals like that. Ambrose also was working with some harmonicas which were microtonally tuned, and some keyboards which we did some tricks on to hit the notes, which you can do on quite a few keyboards. You can sort of do microtonal dorky re-pitching of like individual notes. Anyway, it was just like a beautiful experience, and it felt really way more natural than like it should, considering how kind of like sort of bizarre the concept is.
So yeah, fortunately we made a record, and then we kind of thought it would be cool to tour it. So it's all kind of just been like one foot in front of the other with this record.
You think you might write more songs in this tuning? I mean, now you've got the instruments.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of already, we've written a few other songs, not a record's worth, since making Flying Microtonal Banana. So there might be a record worth, or there might be some songs that pop up here and there. Actually, there definitely will be some songs that pop up here and there as well, but maybe another record in the future, but we haven't thought that far.
you guys have got another album, Flying Microtonal Banana, coming out on the 24th. Someone was saying that you guys have planned 5 albums for this year. Is that true?
I mean, I think we've got ideas for 5. You know, I hope we can do that. We've got Flying Microtonal Banana kind of done, and we've got 2 others that are in the works at the moment. Beyond that, it's a bit too futuristic at this point.
How can you plan 5? Like, do you have songs that you write and then you think, oh, they're not quite for this album, but potentially we could throw them into this folder?
Album 3.
Yeah, which is potentially a different style or whatever.
You should see the grid that Stu wrote about 6 months ago. It's pretty tech. There's ideas there.
What's the grid look like?
Yeah, what's the grid?
It's more just like a plan for the 5 albums, so that I guess once we have the rough concepts in our like head, then it's kind of easier to achieve. But 3 of them are pretty much done, so.
Eric, you're in trouble for talking about the grid. That was Stu's secret little trick.
No, I just don't remember referring to it as a grid.
It's just I think it was like a shopping list of what he wants.
It sounds good. It sounds efficient as the grid, though. I'm sure that will fuel a lot of theories on Reddit, because there is the King Giz subreddit where there are some insane theories being put forward, particularly, I mean, this is classic internet, really, but someone is trying to connect all of the King Giz albums with a kind of through-line narrative. Can you give any kind of credence or pour water on those ideas?
I like these ideas. I feel like...
Before we started the band, we knew what the last album was going to be and what the first album was going to be. They're all connected.
They're being more and more connected, and the second album we're going to put out this year links some things too, and is the most narrative-driven record that we've ever made.
So when you said they're all connected, Lewis and my eyes just lit up. How are they all connected?
They all kind of exist in this parallel universe that they may be from different times and from different places, but they all can coexist in a meaningful kind of way.
Well, have you seen like the grid that person has drawn that is like, it looks kind of like the scrolls of a mad person, but it's got like an arrow to a line that says Nonagon Infinity opens the door, and then at the beginning of the Nonagopocalypse, and then it's like, my theory is that the Nonagopocalypse was created by a higher being, in brackets, Satan, and his servants, in brackets, devils. And then it's just like invisible faces, reptilians, rattlesnake, vultures. And it goes
I know
on.
you're making it sound, Lewis, I know you're trying to making it sound really absurd right now, but you should know is that it's actually not absurd at all.
It's bang on.
It's bang on. There's connections. It's all kind of going to slowly reveal itself. Murder of the Universe itself is 3 distinct chapters. By far the most narrative-driven thing that we've ever done. And you know, it kind of draws on other stuff that we've done, and it sort of like exists in that world. You know, humanity's greatest threat maybe at this point in time is potentially, you know, AI. We're all pretty fascinated with like the modern world, and it's kind of cool to exist within it and with outside of it as well. I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is it's stimulating. I don't know what else I could say beyond that. All the, you know, concepts or the ideas or whatever behind the records have all just been jump-off points. Just kind of add some sort of meaning into, you know, our own personal miniature universes.
The point was, it's like the self-replicating robot kind of concept, right? Like, imagine if he was so into pizza that he like turned the universe into pizza. Like, I think that's kind of like the idea. For some reason, it seemed like relevant to Be Vomit at the time.
Just any insatiable desire.
Any insatiable desire, yeah.
Shout out to Vomit Coffin, by the way. I mean, I can't
Cheers,
I can't
man.
let you just drop that in without a note, without recognizing the track title alone. I mean, you know, come on.
Well, the track title actually has a backstory as well. The backstory to the track title is my little brother Lockie and a few of his friends, including my cousin Tom Mackenzie and a bunch of other people. I actually can't remember the exact lineup, but it was just a lot of people that were around our family house when we were young, like early teenage years, I'd say. they had a band that would rehearse in the garage, in the parents' garage, and it was like a parody metal band. And I think they were quietly taking the piss out of me and my friends and the bands that we were playing in. But yeah, it was like a parody, sort of like they were taking the piss out of everything, and just they actually were having an amazingly beautiful, awesome time as well. But anyway, their band was called Vomit Coffin, and I'll like never forget that, because it was just so perfect. It was like, this is amazing. I'm going to use that in something one day. And so yeah, one day it made sense.
It finally made it.
Please welcome all the way from Melbourne, Australia, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Lord of lightning shifts his gaze, points his strong finger our way. Electricity or stay, leaves destruction in our way.
Yeah, I think it originally started with 4, not 5, which is kind of funny. But we had 4 fairly distinct ideas kind of leading into the year last year. And there was a couple of songs that we were playing live even in 2016. We're doing this stuff that kind of came straight from Nonagon Infinity, sort of like the Murder of the Universe kind of thing, a little bit of Lord of Lightning, and those kind of songs sort of came straight out of Nonagon Infinity, and that sort of felt like the next most kind of absurd extreme version of that record. And then Crumbling Castle was sort of in a way related to that as well, but we were kind of messing around with this polymetric kind of like thing as well, and that sort of felt like its own idea. And then we were messing around with these microtonal guitars as well, and there was 1 or 2 of those songs kind of came, you know, about pretty early on, and I think we were playing Rattlesnake towards the end of 2016 as well, and we'd been touring with Mild High Club to all throughout 2015 and 16, I think, from memory. So we had this idea to make a record with them.
All the way from Melbourne, Stu McKenzie.
Polygondwanaland. Am I saying that incorrectly?
It doesn't matter. It's not a real word. You say it however you want.
Is it not a real word? Okay, Polygondwanaland. This was the record that you'd made, and you just put out, didn't you? You sort of encouraged people to like release it, put it wherever you want. If you want to put it on your record label, put it on your record label. If you want to do a tape, do a tape. If you want to, just share it around. What was the thinking behind that?
To put my mind back in that place, that was 2017. We did 5 records that year, which was
insane.
Very insane. Yeah. It was like very fun though, and definitely learnt a lot over that time. We had started like a lot of these songs, and we'd recorded like a decent amount of material in 2016 too. I think there's probably some stuff recorded for that year in 2015 as well. And they were sketched out by at least early 2016. So it's cool. Like, we didn't make 5 records and release all of them within 12 months. We just released them in 12 months. But as we started to like release all these records, I did start to feel uncomfortable about asking people for money or asking people to buy shit constantly. It's just not why we do it. Like, truly, it's really not why we do it. And I just would never want that to feel like the motivation. I think it would just instantly crush the whole project. And I just felt, I was feeling extremely grateful that we were playing shows and people were coming, and I just thought, I don't know, like I think everyone's doing enough. Like we're already selling 4 albums, so it made sense to make the free one, Polygondwanaland, and it was the obvious thing to do a free one. Polygondwanaland was the one we chose because out of the 5 we were doing that year, it was the one that felt like, I know I keep saying this word consider, but it's the only word I can think of using. It's the word I've used to describe that record since the very start. But I think it's because it's less haphazard and it's much more slow brushstrokes and kind of just thinking about the whole puzzle before we started. I think we thought in our heads it would actually be more stripped back than it ended up, but I think we realized that you can add more layers than you think while still hearing each one and making sure they're still serving a function. But anyway, we started talking about doing this thing free, and basically everyone we work with, which wasn't many people at that point, and still isn't a huge amount of people, but everyone was like, oh, can you just do like Bandcamp, like pay what you want? Or why don't you do, why don't we just press like 1,000 copies and then maybe like make it a free download? Or why don't you just do this or that? And I was like, no, like it's free. Like how free can we make this? It's like literally free. Like it's not mine, it's not ours. It belongs to the universe, belongs to the world. And so it's sort of like an experiment in how truly free can you make something? And surprisingly hard and like surprising amount of hurdles to do that thing. But we tried our best, and it sort of inspired this whole bootleg thing that we've been doing.
Have you seen any copies that people put out or put together, like out and about on tour or whatever? Have you come across the record in these different ways that people have distributed it?
I've seen so many. Like I would have seen at least 100 different ones, like maybe 200 different versions of Polygondwanaland. Occasionally I will check Discogs and see how many it's gotten up to, but it's like several hundred logged separate variants from different labels. I really can't get it around my head. Can't get my head around it that we actually made that record, because it truly just doesn't feel like ours.
Yeah, I mean, it was just as much of an experiment for us. We were kind of curious to see what would happen. We were kind of interested. And we were sort of giggling about it as well. We're like, this is a pretty weird thing to do. I don't know what's going to happen. But there's been a lot of, there's been 180 versions or so, apparently, which is cool. We've got quite a few, a lot of nice people have handed us records and said, here, we pressed this. It's like crazy. It's overwhelming. It's really cool.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. Like I had no idea what would happen or if people would embrace the idea, but it's some of the kind of releases that have come out have just been mind-blowing. It's been on 8-track cartridges. I've seen floppy disk version.
Yes.
Any format you can think of, it's definitely been released on. I think it's been pressed over 200 times around the world in every country you can think of.
When you were doing music industry at RMIT, Eric, did anyone ever say to you, hey, you should make 5 albums in a year and the second last one just give it away for free and free of copyright? Did anyone ever say that to you?
I think that's the exact opposite of what every person we've ever met in music has told us. So, which has kind of always been that's always what Gizzard has been, just the exact opposite of what we should do.
So those 4 records, the first 4 records, really had just a little bit of an idea for each record before we started the year, and then it's like, okay, well, instead of kind of building a record, out of these kind of like individual songs, these songs feel too disjointed. They feel like they don't belong together. Let's separate them and then build a record around these individual songs and kind of keep, make some siblings for them or something. And then the 5th one, Gumboot Soup, was sort of like, I think early on in the year it started to be apparent that there was songs that maybe didn't fit on any of the records. And there was also some Microtonal stuff because we sort of made that we finished that record first at least, but there's a few songs from that record that Greenhouse and All Is Known that felt like they still needed some love, and it felt like, okay, well, let's do a 5th record with kind of like all this other stuff that still needs love but hasn't been given it yet.
I'm betting there'll be another record in the future. There's never any lack of King Gizzard records, which is a wonderful thing. You're also super busy touring, and I'm curious if there's going to be a 2017 edition of Gizzfest.
Yeah, there definitely will be. Eric is the boss of the Gizzfest. Eric over here, g'day mate.
On one of the drum kits.
But he's probably going to keep it pretty tight-lipped, but
All right, we won't make any secrets come out now. But
What do you think, Eric?
It's happening in November.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
There, it's out now. Gizzfest, if you want to plan a trip to Australia, that would be a good time to go.
I mean, you guys in 2017, as everybody knows, you most notably released 5 albums. This year has been relatively quiet for recordings. You've obviously been super busy touring. Is there anything on the boil?
Yeah, we're kind of always working on stuff. There's Stu's in the studio today, which is why I couldn't make it. Yeah, we're kind of getting pretty close to having at least one thing finished. But yeah, it's all a secret at this stage, Zan.
Okay. But at least you're not saying we're going to release 5 albums in 2019.
Well, if Stu was in here, I'm sure he'd probably say something like that, and then we'd all just be dead again. But, I know he wants to put out definitely more than one next year, so it's going to be Gizzy season.
Oh, good.
We got to a point where we're like, I was like, we should all, some ones, I don't know, I remember being like, we all should pick a concept album that everyone wants to do like a style, and I was like, I want to do a boogie album. And so we're like, cool, and then so that was the first one when we came up with this idea of everyone does their own sort of album, we'll try to follow their lead, and we did Fishing for Fishies, and it kind of didn't really turn out that way, but I feel like it's so hard to pull off that, like, I was wanting it to be some sort of Stones Canned Heat, like, or just go to some house in like French Villa or something, but like, a lot of the time that stuff just doesn't really work, and like it's all about the vibe and like, the moment and stuff, so that one kind of turned out a bit wacky. I still really like it.
People have asked, what's been your hardest record to record, whether creatively or practically, or conversely, or along those same lines? I mean, the easiest or the hardest to record?
This might be different for everyone. I would say Fishies.
Hardest to record?
Hardest because we wrote it in a kind of super improv way, and we recorded all these loose, disparate kind of jams that didn't really have that much structure. And then we kind of tried to turn them into succinct songs. And it's hard to do that. We did a similar thing with Sketches, I think, and probably a similar thing with Quarters, but we let those records meander a lot more. Whereas Fishies, we wanted to make a lot more concise. It just took a long time.
Does anyone else have thoughts on that?
I can vouch for that.
Nah, it's all good. I reckon it's great. Yeah, I think it's a good splash. I kind of like the ones where you're doing more triplet-y thing rather than the shuffle. Like da-dick, 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 da-dick is less cool, I reckon, than it. Yeah, I think that's cooler.
Are curious how long it takes to write a record. I imagine it's different for all of them.
Yeah, definitely different for all of them, and always a crossover.
That's interesting to know. So, boy, you're never living in just one world at the same time.
I think sometimes we're just finishing a record, but I don't think we've ever stopped and made a record from start to finish without kind of working on the one previous or the one coming up or the two coming up. Or there's, there's always songs on every record that have been around for a year or two.
Yeah, so after that, the guys were like, all right, time for the metal album.
Infest the Rat's Nest.
This record's about a lot of things, but I think more than any record we've made before, it's probably coming from a place of realistic stuff that's kind of going on and probably freaking people out at the moment, and kind of extrapolating from there and seeing maybe where we're heading. Yeah, that's kind of the main theme of the record, and then it takes it to a place in the end that maybe is some place in the future. But yeah, thinking about things that are going on planet Earth right now is really scary, and it's way scarier to me than any horror movie. So that's the genesis.
So there's like these 3 horrific videos out now. I mean, the themes of them are pretty intense, yet they seem like you're sort of having fun making them as well. Talk a little bit about the videos and the visual style, because you're working with a new artist on this one as well.
Right, we worked with our friend John, who's an amazing filmmaker, and his observation on human nature, which was something that I probably touched on lyrically but maybe didn't say so succinctly, that the interesting thing about humans is that we are kind of going down laughing at the moment, and we're having a good time as we go down. And I think that was the main general theme of all the videos.
Cavs, Joe, and Stu made that record pretty much like solely them 3. And they've just always been the keen metalheads. Me, Lucas, and Cook, maybe not so much. They maybe Cook and Lucas more, me probably at the end of the spectrum. But seeing them play that stuff and do it, it's like I was just like, holy shit, these guys are like insanely good at doing this kind of genre, and it's probably the genre that we should probably stick to the most. But yeah, so after that, the guys were like, all right, time for the metal album. And sort of, it was kind of like good timing in the end, because me and Cook end up going on tour with Murlocs for Manic Candid episode. Like we had so much, we wanted to tour the States and Europe and sort of make up for a lot of lost time that Murlocs has missed out on for touring. So we kind of, Gizzard was like, we're taking 6 months off. And me and Cook were like, okay, cool, we're going to go and do like, you know, about 3 or so months of Murlocs touring. And then it was sort of like an unspoken thing at the time, but it sort of worked out in the best way possible, I think, because if we hadn't been touring with Murlocs and they were doing that album, I would have just been twiddling my thumbs for like a lot of that period, because, you know, those records should be just Corley guitars and like a 3-piece, really, you know, and then if there's anything to add, you just do it later to the piece. But yeah, so they just went to town on Rat's Nest while we were touring and doing Manic Handed episode stuff with Murlocs. And I remember being in the van and like with Murlocs, we'd wake up, we'd be driving to the next show, and me and Cook would be on our laptops like with our like MIDI keyboards trying to like add synths or like trying to do something to it, and we're both just looking at each other like,
what do we do?
I don't think there's anything we can really do on this record, which is cool, but it's just funny how it's working out. But yeah, and then that's how that one went down.
So one other thing about King Giz, which maybe is some bands that I know operate like this, but not many, is, and this has been something again since the very start, is that it's always been an open door. If anyone in the band has shit on, is making a solo record, is making a record with another project, is just busy, doesn't want to turn up to the studio, can't be bothered, has got something else on, wants to go on a holiday, it's always fine. It's always 100% fine. And so I would say that if you look on the credits of any King Gizzard track, it's always just bizarre. Like, it's always bizarre. Everyone's playing bizarre instruments. Most of the time, there isn't everyone on the song. I would say there aren't actually that many King Gizzard songs where everyone actually plays on the track. That's actually kind of unusual. And then what we do is we just work out the nitty-gritty later.
I think that kind of music was maybe the first music that I heard where I thought, I love music. This is sick. This is cool. And I think then getting a little bit older and getting into some other music and being inspired by different stuff and sort of almost forgetting about that kind of music and then coming back to it as an adult is really fresh.
Well, I would say a lot of the time, one song will define a whole album. So for example, with Infest the Rat's Nest, Planet B was written way before all of the rest of the songs. And it sat around as this kind of like thrash metal thing, this sort of like, how do we write around this? It was like, is this the heaviest song on a bit of a more of a, sort of maybe more of a Murder of the University type thing? Is this like, what is this? And yeah, eventually when we sort of had the time and the energy and stuff, we sort of we essentially wrote the entire album around that song. It became, I guess, like the epilogue of the album or whatever. I would say that's the most common way, but it's always some version of that, more or less extreme.
I guess with the drum parts, I mean, there is like a few moments where me and Eric do different stuff, but yeah, mostly we just keep it the same, keep it tight, loosely tight. But we've just been, I mean, we've just been doing it for drumming together for a while now. So everyone always asks like how we lock in so well, but it's just from playing together so much. That's all I can really say.
Rat's Nest was pretty hard to put together because Cavs basically recorded and wrote all the drum parts first and finished the album, and then we like all learnt it together as a group for touring. So that was we all kind of had to build our chops up and get practicing every day because the songs were so like hard and fast. But yeah, it was a fun challenge.
Yeah, Lucas, you just got some bombastic bass parts on there. It seems like you have a lot more leads than normal. I don't know if it's just the style of music that makes it seem that way, but it's fun. It seems like everybody kind of turns to you quite a bit during this one, and then you just fly in.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like Eric said, it's really fun to play. I think Joe played most of the bass on the album. I had some time off, and like Eric said, had to really just practice at home for weeks on my own before I could play all this stuff that the guys have recorded. Yeah. It was kind of good to kind of be obsessive with an instrument again. Like, just practicing every day at home, because I probably haven't done that since I was like 16 or something. So yeah, it's been a fun challenge.
Usually we're in either one or two phases. We're either finishing a record or we're starting everything at the same time. And I think at the moment we're starting everything at the same time. We have a bunch of different songs kind of floating around that maybe don't fit together, a handful that maybe feel like they could be on the same record. But I think it's important for us sometimes to just be open and just let ideas come, and then to kind of see where they fit a little later on. I remember it being insanely hot. Yeah, it was kind of, we did the main tracking in the middle of summer, and we're in our old studio at this point. It was probably one of the last things we did there, and no AC in there. I think we actually got AC right after this session, because we were just like, holy fuck, this is like actually dumb. Like, this is like, we're gonna like die or something. Someone's gonna get the heat stroke in here, because it's like illegally low ceiling and just like a very small compact box that was also like never vacuumed or anything, and just was like dusty and just like disgusting, and middle of Australian summer. But anyway, we had talked about making a metal record for years, and I think when we made Nonagon, actually going back to that, at that time that actually felt like us doing a metal thing, and in hindsight it wasn't really, but that was us leaning into that, but still sort of playing 12-string guitars with like, you know, like, I don't know, vintage fuzz pedals and shit, you know, like it was a different thing. And then Murder of the Universe felt a little heavier again. And then I think after that we sort of lent into some sort of more metal-leaning things. You know, Murder of the Universe has like Vomit Coffin, which maybe feels heavier, and then on Gumboot Soup there's like Great Chain of Being, which sort of feels sludgy, and maybe you could actually call that metal, maybe. And I think we were trying to find this niche that kind of made sense to us.
With that record, did you get any sort of idea of how sort of metal fans like took it? Because, you know, like all sort of really dedicated fan groups, they probably would have had a thought on this other band who are not traditionally a metal band suddenly trying to make a metal record.
Honestly, I have learnt to try not to dig into that shit very much. But I definitely have noticed more black t-shirts with like metal band logos on them at shows. So that's a sign, I think. I think for me, like, I've always tried to approach every record as if it's our first album. And that's the kind of way I'd like. Obviously no one's ever going to think of it like that besides me, but that's the way in my mind I would like people to perceive each record. And if they don't, like, it's totally fine, but it helps me to have the sort of, I just remember like being in a band and making your first record and how it doesn't matter. And it's like, or maybe it does for some people, but when you sort of in your earliest band and a good crowd is like six of your mates in the back shed, like you're not really that concerned about what connoisseurs of the genre are going to think about your album. Like, I've tried to keep that sort of like mindset as much as I can. Again, easier said than done, but like something that I would try to check myself on, I think.
Whose idea was the Doom-esque promo for Mars for the Rich Man? Because I played that endlessly when it came out, right ahead of Infest the Rat's Nest.
That's 100% Jace. That's a full Jason moment, and he was just like, he's just gotten very, very skilled at this like crazy 3D animation stuff. So he was super pumped to kind of get into that. I don't even know how I made that. It's like the craziest looking thing.
Nuts too. And even sneaking in like months before Joey's thing, the Bullant release, it was like in there and people discovered it in like a day, were able to get outside and find the track there. It's just, it's nuts, man.
I want to hear about the larger movement that you're creating through Flightless Records. How'd the label get started, and how do you choose the artists for the label? You've had some pretty great people on Flightless.
Yeah, I guess we just put out stuff that we like, I suppose. It always just started with Giz being the first band, and then I guess like the Murlocs and a few other bands that kind of were made up of friends in the same music kind of scene. But now it's definitely grown into like its own kind of fully fledged thing, which is real cool. And yeah, kind of just always on the lookout for new stuff. I guess mainly Melbourne bands, because the scene is so incredible and there's so much great stuff. So I'm kind of always just trying to go to gigs when I'm back home and listen to stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess if I like it, I'll sign it.
And also, we were just like, we were moving fast, we were getting lots of attention, but also no one wanted to touch us either at the time. So we just like took the initiative and just did things like ourselves.
After the infamous 2018 Flightless crash, when everyone tried buying their reissue vinyl, that you sent out stickers with each vinyl that says Gizzfest confirmed, and they said, will we ever find out if there is an overarching Gizzfest over albums, or are we just reading too much into it?
Of course there is.
It's all thought out. The last album is already written.
We
wrote it 20 years ago.
It was all conceived 10 years ago when we started the band. Endgame as well.
How ominous.
Just wait for it.
I want to talk about Gizzfest. We're such big fans of yours here, and we all say, we're going to go to Gizzfest, we're going to go to Gizzfest. And I did actually go.
You did go.
And it was incredible. And as I said, people that know a little bit about the band know what a love project that it is. I mean, you started playing together as kids, many of you, and you run the label yourselves. You have Flightless Records, and that's where you make a lot of the records and where you practice, and you invite people in to play shows there, which I also witnessed. But actually being at Gizzfest and feeling it and seeing it in person just really gives you a sense of something you can't even imagine. Like, you've become incredibly popular as a band.
I mean, thinking back to the genesis of Gizzfest, 4 years ago or so now, it was just a show. We just did a show, and we kind of booked a show and then invited like 15 bands to play. And I think it wasn't really a festival. It was like inside a venue and just with bands playing all day. And I think it sort of just naturally kind of evolved from there. But it's been funny to a large extent. It's like Eric's kind of baby. Eric spends a lot of time kind of working on this and thinking about this stuff. But it's always really nice to be able to bring out and also hang out with like the bands like Aluz and Kikagaku Moyo that played last year, and Mud High Club, and a bunch of other bands from Australia and everything. It's
It's wonderful to give those bands a platform too, and I discovered partly through Murder of the Universe, but also at the festival, Leah Senior, which is someone that I didn't know about and thought was amazing. So it's wonderful that you take these bands with you and give them a platform as well.
Very talented young woman, Leah.
Well, now that you have 5 records under your belt, I know you're going to tour a lot this year, but any exciting things going on? You have a little bit more time. If you're not going to put out 5 records, you're probably not going to say that again.
Yeah, I don't think I'll say that again. We've been kind of jamming on a couple of new ideas, but mostly we're just kind of focusing on playing shows and just changing gear a little bit, which is a nice feeling. Just sort of focus on just playing and getting to some places we haven't been before and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a nice, I mean, we're still super busy, just in a different way.
Well, hopefully you're busy selling all those records too that you made. They're wonderful. If you don't have them, check them out. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
just watching you guys hang out, whether you're recording stuff on the road, you're just always having fun. And it seems like just the tightest group of guys. I was kind of shocked waking up this past summer, seeing that, Eric was taking a step back, but at the same time, I wasn't like, oh, this isn't like some drama thing. He's probably just doing his thing with Flightless and the rest of the guys are moving forward. Does it feel different now that he's kind of not in the mix? I know we're not like back to touring, but just listening to the Live in San Francisco record that was out with KG back in November, you hear that person right at the start before you guys go into the start of Nonagon with Robot Stop. They go, how do you have 2 drummers? That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely sad to see Eric go, and it will be different on tour, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're just kind of still out here doing our thing, and I think it would have been a lot weirder to get another drummer. Like, I think for us, that would have definitely been weird. That would have felt very weird. So we didn't even contemplate doing that. I mean, Eric was so important and instrumental with the band for so many years, and he really had a big impact on just it was a group thing, but he's very DIY, Eric's DIY, and I am too, and I think that's why we clicked. I think that's why Eric and I clicked, and it was cool and inspiring to just see him run a label and just do everything, and I think that's why we worked really well together, because we both just had that same attitude that we don't know what we're doing, but we'll figure it out. We don't need help, we'll just work it out along the way. And that's what we did for a long time. And I think as Flightless kind of grew and kind of took up more of Eric's time, it became, he's just doing too many things. It became impossible to do all of the things well. But yeah, Eric's no longer with us. Actually, that makes it sound like he's dead. Eric's alive. He's just no longer with the group anymore. Yeah. When we first started having these ideas to make another Microtonal record, it was before coronavirus. So a few of these songs have their genesis in those times, and we just thought we were kind of business as usual, making a record like we always do. But we had to kind of put all that on hold and just think, okay, this isn't ending anytime soon. We're making records from our bedroom for a while. Who knows how long, but let's just commit to it. And we just had to learn how to work. So Cavs, the drummer, he set up microphones on his drum kit in his garage, which he'd never ever done before. And yeah, I would send him songs and he would send me drum recordings back. We would just upload songs to Dropbox or whatever and send them around, and people would overdub on them and send them back. We just slowly figured out how to do it. And it was kind of just an open thing, there was always many songs on the go, and anyone was just free to overdub on them, basically. Every song came together as one overdub at a time, or every song on this record, one overdub at a time. One person sent something, put it on the track. Usually it was up to me to kind of edit things and work out which things would be kept or which sections, or maybe move this thing around to this other section or this other part. I think it defined the record the records, both of them, in a lot of ways, because I think if we were making records like we usually do, it would have sounded different. A lot of the songs wouldn't have been written at all, and the ones that would have maybe been written would have sounded completely different to they do now. So a handful of these songs, for example, Automation, Honey, Plura, Straws in the Wind, were songs that had their genesis in jams with real people in the same room,
Yeah.
without masks on, like the real feel and the sweat and the synergy. But more or less, this record was made in lockdown, and that was something that we had to learn to do, which was honestly really fun eventually. It just required a little pain and a little perseverance. We did work it out though in the end. It's funny, a lot of us live very close together, like within a couple of 100 meters of each other, so it's like, instead of being in the same room, we're just around the block, but we're all working on the same thing at the same time. We didn't set out to make 2 records. We set out to make some music, and we wrote a lot more songs than we expected. Once a bunch started to come together, we sort of grouped them together and finished them off first. So KG did come together earlier, but you know, there are songs on LW which were written well before songs on KG and vice versa. But they're a pair. When we were starting to toy with the idea of making another microtonal record, you know, we had made one kind of like microtonally based record before. The concept was we refretted guitars and bass guitars and retuned keyboards and harmonicas and whatever instruments that we could to hit notes between the notes. So it's all tuned microtonally. There's kind of notes outside of the Western sphere. This record we wanted to expand a little bit. With FMB, we wanted, or Flying Microtonal Banana, we wanted it to sound like a thing. But this record, we wanted to sound colourful and free and varied, which I think ultimately was the reason that we wrote so many songs, is because we let it be outside the box. So we're messing around with microtonal tunings, and it is still the core of the songwriting, but it's more freeform. There's a lot of different scales, or more varied scales on their own FMB, and more varied feels and textures and sounds and sonics and stuff. Anyway, getting back to automation, as I said, this was one that came together early in a real room with real people playing real instruments at the same time. It was a 3-piece kind of jam, and it was never really anything. It was kind of, I don't know, I think we may have just come back from tour or something and were sort of like packing up or putting away gear or something, and there happened to be a couple of mics laying around, and Cavs and Joe and I were just jamming on like a groove, and I just like plugged the laptop in and clicked record because it was all kind of there, and I didn't really think too much of it until we were making music in lockdown.
Yeah.
And I was scouring through recordings trying to find things that had a live feel, because I missed it at this stage. And we hadn't worked out how to be a band again. And I found this recording. I could never find the actual multi-track session. It might have been recorded on someone else's computer or something, because all I have is like a bounce down, like a mix down. It's just 2 tracks.
Yeah.
But anyway, that became the basis for the song. So all I did was I cut it up a little bit. It's a shit recording. Like it's all, everything's stuck together, and it's like whatever. The mix is strange and weird and everything. But there is another demo of this song. We actually released it. It sounds nothing like this at all. It's only the same lyrics.
Yeah, so the lyrics for the song that ended up on KG were demoed with the idea that they might be part of Infest the Rat's Nest, but then you took those lyrics and put them to this music.
That's right. So how this came together was, I remember going through old recordings, just trying to come up with ideas for this microtonal record, stumbling across this jam and thinking, actually, that's kind of dope. I forgot about that. We should do something with that. Oh yeah, I've also got these lyrics that I really liked that we cut. And the lyrics are sort of phrased differently, melodically differently to the Infest the Rat's Nest-ized version. But it sort of just came out of an ad-lib of the lyrics over a different jam. And then I think I just chopped it up, moved it around till it felt right, then overdubbed. Yeah. I don't usually work that way, by the way. That was an unusual way to work. I don't usually work that way.
Right, okay.
It's because of COVID, because,
right,
you know, usually I'd say to the guys, let's get back together, let's jam again, let's try and fuse these ideas. It would have ended up completely differently. It might have been better, it might have been worse, I don't know, but it wouldn't have ended up like this.
Yeah.
Which I'm proud of. Like, I'm proud of the fact that we've made a record which is idiosyncratically ISO life.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I still think that it still sounds like you all playing together in a room, even though you weren't. I mean, obviously you did at one point before this all happened, and you know, were starting on the journey to these records at that point. But, you know, the way that you've recorded these individual parts, it still has that kind of loose approach to things, you know, that makes it feel as if you're all playing together.
We've been playing together in a room for 10 years. Like, I think that's what it is. We're not leaning into a loose thing. I think we've played with each other for so long, I think it's the only way we know how now. Automation is just overdubs on top of that track. That's the drum track, that's the bass track, and that's the rhythm guitar track.
Originally taken from that jam that you were having.
Yeah, it's just the jam. When I play the jam, it's just like the song, but a bit. I've cut out a few sections and kind of like EQ'd it and tightened it up, and then just like overdubbed the fuck over it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm talking about AI probably being more intelligent than us eventually, and probably taking over. Like, I know I sound like a psycho, but like it's probably going to happen, right? And I guess this is my Pledge Allegiance song. It's like, if you take over and I'm still alive, I'm with you. I'm not against you. It's cool. Don't kill me.
Excellent. So, I mean, does that link to the rest of the words that are on KG?
Not really. I mean, we've made our fair share of concept records, or records that have a narrative that's clear. That's really fun to do. We didn't want to do that with these records because, to me, it wasn't in the spirit of the rainbow, like, colourful idea of letting it be free and letting it go in whatever direction it wanted, and letting each song have its own sound and its own texture, which we usually don't do. Usually when we make a record, it's like every song has to fit. It's like a puzzle, you know, and sometimes we're making a record and we write a song, or a song comes together that we're so excited about, and it's just like, how do we make this fit into the record? And you've just got to say, this can't be on this record, and it's heartbreaking because you're so excited about it. Eventually that song will find a place, and sometimes it takes years, and that has happened with us a lot of times. But this one was like, no, anything that you're excited about is on this record. You know, go with the microtonal theme, but any feel, any vibe, any lyric, it's cool, it's rainbow.
One of the songs that continues to blow my mind, put it in my workout mixtape, is Intrasport. Can you tell me about the inspiration behind this track?
Yeah, this is a Joey-led track. Joe has a background in electronic music. Like when we met, he was a DJ, like making electronic music and touring around Europe and stuff a lot, and just playing clubs and stuff. But he always had this kind of like interest in rock and like folk and metal and like all sorts of other stuff. So Joe's joke is that Intrasport is his like government sanctioned electronic like house track or whatever. Usually King Giz is just sort of free for anyone to contribute as much or as little as they would like, depending on the circumstance or how much they're into the particular project. It means that there are always awkward conversations because you can't have everyone's opinion all of the time, but we try our best to respect each other and be as democratic as possible. Ultimately it means I sometimes have to cut something that someone is really proud of. But I hope everyone in the band knows that I will always listen to whatever they think, and whatever anyone sort of like puts forward is always considered. It is hard, like I kind of see my role as producer in like an old-fashioned sense as well. I'm trying to just get the best out of everyone. And I'm really lucky to play with the other five because it's a super talented bunch. And often if someone didn't contribute something themselves, they have a strong opinion on what one of the other guys might have played as well. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of opinions, but somehow we make it work, and I think it's because we love each other heaps.
Yeah.
I had this feeling that there was an opportunity to create two records with two distinct personalities. I also wanted to deliberately not work on 19 songs simultaneously. It's too many. Like, I can't fit that many ideas in my head at any one time. So, this sounds conceptually weak, but part of it was just saying, okay, here's 10 songs that are sort of in a stage of like, I can see these coming together, I can see these being finished. I'm talking about the songs we ended up choosing for KG. We've got an intro that feels like an intro, which was KGLW. We've got an outro that feels like an outro, which was The Hungry Wolf of Fate. There's a lot of songs in the middle that I like. I can see a sequence. It's like there is a puzzle. It's like you got 19 pieces, but it's kind of like, let's fit them together first. Let's just hit pause on the rest, clear some space in the brain, and finish KG. to me, it's just a little bit more of an efficient way of working because I just need to clear that space. I know it sounds like it should be more thought out than that, but honestly, it's not. It's just like, I'm just finishing songs one at a time, you know?
Yeah, well, that seems perfectly understandable because you've tried different approaches many times. I mean, your work rate is unmatchable, really. I mean, if LW is the 17th album that King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard have released, then, you know, you've tried all sorts of ways and you'll know by now what works for you and gives you some kind of sanity. Because in some ways, for many bands, the whole approach of the world of King Gizzard would be seen as insanity. And even though you put out technically one album in 2020, you still put out 6 live albums and the demo collection that...
We did a film as well, which was extraordinarily time-consuming and just a massive passion project. Like, I don't know how to make a film. It was amazing to work alongside essentially 2 people that made that film. It was very cool. I think the prolificness thing, I like making music. It's really fun. It's like my favorite thing to do. I feel relieved when I do it. I feel stressless, you know. I don't have another job, you know, like...
Yeah.
I also do believe in the clearing of the mental space, like I was saying before. And there is nothing better in the world for that than releasing something where you can't change it, you can't edit it. You know, I find it very hard to stop thinking about a song until it's on a physical medium that someone else can play. And I can't change that anymore. You know, it's incredibly liberating because I can stop thinking about like the automation riff in my brain, you know what I mean? It's going around in my head until it's finished and it's out and it's done. Okay, next melody, next groove, next thing is stuck in my head probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that. I mean, there's a lot of songs that were kind of made for these records, you know, 19 that we ended up using. And the record needed a theme song. It honestly was kind of as simple as that. And the gentle kind of like folk song theme was what was first. But as soon as I kind of got this riff down and sent it around, it was something that more than one person said, like, we need to do this as like a doom metal version.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't think about that. You know, that's not what I had in mind, but cool, all right. So soon after that, the kind of like, you know, doom version sort of started to come together. I'm kind of probably jumping ahead a little bit here, but it was short, like the intro, and it was going to be the theme song for album 2 and open album 2 at that stage, or LW. But it just kept growing. And then I started tapping into this idea of a linear thing where there's stacks of riffs and heaps of ideas and melodies and stuff, and nothing necessarily repeats. I mean, the only thing that repeats is the theme, and it repeats a couple of times in the middle and the end, which is something I just wanted to explore, like more linear songwriting, you know, instead of kind of like more of a circular thing, which is what I kind of like gravitate towards generally. Honestly, we are really just making music to dork out with each other. But it is a nice tool, you know. So many of our songs have come together with ideas like this. It's just like a stupid idea. Like, you have this idea and sometimes you just have to see it through because you don't know what will happen if you do. The theme song for KG came together very late in a piece. It was the last piece of the puzzle for that record because it needed a theme. And I think it was around this time that we had made the call to make 2 records and to name them KG and LW. Actually, that was Jason's idea, who's kind of our artist who does all of our cover art. And he had this idea to create like a sculptural piece that had KGLW. And I was like, oh yeah, so that should definitely be the album name. And he was like, yeah, I guess so. That's cool. So it was kind of Jason's sort of idea. But I think whatever we named the record would have been what we chanted.
Right.
Like, if the record was named something else, I think that's what the chant would have been.
Yeah. And are there any other words in that track?
There aren't many. It's all sort of just around around that. It's not supposed to be a word thing.
Right.
It's about power and extremeness.
Yeah. And I guess in a way showing the two sides of the band and the sound, so you've got the beautiful gentle side that you were telling us about, that links into you being a gentle fella, and then you've got the heavy dark side, which is kind of really a play. It's you playing with that idea of being heavy monsters.
I think you're allowed to do that when you're a band.
Oh, totally.
I think,
yeah,
I like that. It feels natural to me to play a character, especially when making music.
Yeah.
Some people like to write super honestly. That's cool. I do that occasionally too. But I think I've only got so many stories to tell, that are about me. My life's like, yeah, it's cool, it's sweet, it's fine. It's kind of just whatever. I like stories about humanity and stuff more. We finished this song. This record was done. Both records were done. LW was done. We had a mastering date booked. It was like tomorrow or something. It was like the next day. And Joe called me and he was like, dude, I had this idea for KGLW. And I was like, did you know we're mastering tomorrow? And he's like, yeah, but it's good. And I was like, okay, sweet, what is it? He's like, I've been sampling MRI machines and like gunshots and chainsaws and like really scary noises, and I've been playing them over this song. I've got like a sequence, and I was like, okay, that sounds perfect. So you can hear them through the song. I would play them, but I bounced out the track. It was done. It was like a wave file. It was like a song. It was done. And Joe literally overdubbed on top of it and sent it back to me and was like, I think this is done. And we finessed it a couple of times forward and backwards, but we just flattened it on top of the flattened track.
Do you thought that it's also some sort of closing a chapter of the first decade of the band and starting the new decade of the band on with these two albums?
Yeah, maybe you could look at it like that. I think you can look at it like that if you want. There was, of course, like all these, there's a lot of recurring themes and there's a lot of sounds that kind of like tie the record together. But it needed a theme song. We wanted an overture, we wanted like a theme song, and it's kind of as simple as that. It was an opening. It was a theme song. It was always called KGLW because it felt like the band's walk-on song. So, I mean, I don't know. It is as simple as that. It feels like a two-part to me. It feels like both records, which we tried to have a beginning, middle, and end to both records. We tried to have them both kind of tell a story, but then with this overarching kind of like double record narrative thing. Anyway, that's what we tried to do. That's the idea anyway. The next record is, I don't want to say too much because I want it to be a bit of a surprise.
Okay.
But if KG and LW was the kind of learning curve of figuring out how to make records in this kind of setting, I think by the time we got to this record, we'd figured out how to do it. And this record leans into this sort of I don't know, 6 people in different places kind of thing. It leans into that feel. It's a record that we all wouldn't have known how to make a couple of years ago.
Butterfly 3000, album number 18, which is insane. You can say that you guys are on a roll. 3 records in almost 1 year. Key J, LW, and now Butterfly 3000. What is going on?
I don't know. We just like to make music. I like to make music. I don't have another job. You know what I mean? Like, I just make music. It's just what I do. I love touring and stuff as well, but what I really love the most is kind of creating something fresh and something new and exploring some element or aspect of music that I haven't done before, or trying to kind of go to some new place or create some kind of album which has a bit of a landscape and a feel and a texture and things, and that kind of escapism that sort of comes with all of that. It's my favorite thing to do. So I think naturally have been fairly drawn to just doing that as much as I can.
Yeah.
Those 3, KG, LW, and Butterfly 3000, were all made in kind of COVID lockdown type times. So they all, I think I will look back on these records and think of them sort of in a bit of a set. Like, you know, they were a lot of overlap with the songs. Some songs from Butterfly predate a lot of songs from KG and LW. There's just a lot of overlap with all of those. And they're all kind of just made in this weird world that we live in, where we don't tour anymore and we can't make music in our traditional way. So we just made different records. And that's nice. I'm kind of proud of that aspect of these 3.
I can imagine. I mean, I read somewhere that Dreams was kind of like a little bit of a foundation for Butterfly 3000. You made that song in back in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. That song was recorded for Chunky Shrapnel. For the kind of score, I guess, the music for it. If anyone knows, the piece of music that ended up going there is called Anamnesis, and it's like this part of the film that just shot on Super 8 and it goes into split screen.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dreams was written for that sequence, but it just didn't have the right tone. But we just knew that it was something. And at this point it was, instrumental and it was different. But the synth part on Dreams that ends up on Butterfly 3000 is literally recorded there. Like, it's literally the exact piece. And so we just kind of fleshed it out and did a lot of drums and other recordings and stuff. And at this point, we didn't really know we were making an album. I guess we just kind of made it as a standalone song, and we just opened to it being what it ended up being. But it sort of did feel like, oh, this is kind of a special, different feel that we haven't explored much. So let's kind of make a whole record that feels like this. Over a kind of long period of time, that the record just kind of evolved and came together like that.
So when you discover a sound that you guys haven't done before, does that scare you or does that excite you?
No, it's the most exciting thing. It's the most exciting thing, and because it feels like, okay, this one song just turned into 10, which is kind of like what, Dreams felt like. It was having puppies, and all the other songs just needed to grow up or something. It's a really nice feeling, and sometimes that process can be quite quick, and once you kind of get there, it's like, okay, everything comes together quite quickly. And sometimes that process can take a really, really long time, like years. Sometimes that process can take years. So I think there are a lot of songs that we just keep in the back pocket. It's like, no, this is part of a broader project.
Right.
This one's something that we sit on until it has time to blossom. And yeah, I mean, we didn't intend specifically for KG, LW, and Butterfly 3000 to come out so quickly. They just were made like in a fairly. They're actually, all three of those records had a longer gestation period. I'm talking about Puppies again. The gestation period, they were like made, over a longer period of time, but they were finished quickly. They were finished quite close together, so we put them out quite close together.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just as simple as that.
I think he once said, just trust us. You might not understand where this is going right now, but trust me, it will all make sense in the long run. Can you tell me more about that plan?
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is maybe don't analyze King Gizzard in a kind of like, oh, this song, or even like maybe this record, like I would like, and people can analyze this however they want, like whatever. But I think the best way to kind of like think about our band is to kind of like take the whole package. And, if you want to try and dive into the 18 records that we've made, like Butterfly 3000 makes, in my mind, more sense after you've listened to Fishing for Fishies, Infest the Rat's Nest, KG and LW. And I think that's what has always been the funnest thing to me, is just kind of thinking about the zoom out and stuff. Everyone's just like, it's so joyful, like it's so happy, and like you made it in the pandemic, what? And it's like, I mean, my take is like, of course that's what you make, of course that's what you do. And we've written a lot of songs about the world and how fucked it is, or climate change, or whatever, like how terrible our species can be sometimes, things like that. And in a time when everybody in the entire world is like glued to their phone, constantly looking at the news and like updates on the pandemic, it's just like, I don't want to ram it down people's throats anymore. Like it's time to just escape into butterfly land. Like I want to wake up in my dreams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just what felt right in that moment. It was a hard record to make, actually, in some ways. It was a record where we were quite selective with the tracks. It wasn't, so sometimes we make records where it's like, just make so many ideas and so many like little ideas and demos and things, and then you kind of choose the best ones and you figure out how they all fit together, and it's like it comes together like that. Whereas this one was like very considered, I think, for a Gizzard record. And I think it's because after the first couple of songs came together, like Dreams, You Love, Black Hot Soup, they were the first kind of three, and Shanghai as well. They were the first ones that came together, and they maybe came together in a free way, at least in a rudimentary kind of phase. A record started to have a feel and a vibe, and it became important that every other song that we wrote lived in that world. And so it meant, in some ways, we were restricted to like a certain feel or a certain sound, but it's because the record is meant to have like a landscape. Like you go into like this world and it's different. It's like some weird version of the future or something. So yeah, it was a hard record to make, and it did feel harder to write songs than for other records. And maybe it's just because, yeah, like you mentioned before, we've made a lot of kind of like darker or moodier song or records, leaning on, scary sounds, dark textures and things. And this one, this one did feel like we didn't want to do that at all. And, like that was just a hard spell to break, I think.
Yeah.
It's funny, like when I kind of look back on our discography and maybe I think about some of the musical tones, but also lyrical tones throughout different periods of records, I think they probably do relate a lot more to me or us personally than I realized at the time. You know, like you're talking about these broader themes of like, well, this is kind of like an anxious period, or this is kind of like, there's a lot of like pain in these records, you know, or like this one feels happy. And like, I actually was in the writing process of this record, I actually was like in an incredibly excited and happy phase. Yeah, I had a daughter 7 months ago, which was like kind of in the lead up to this record, and just feeling very excited about that. About to have a baby when we were kind of writing this. I think it was just like, it was a bizarrely nice time to be in a pandemic. Just to get nuclear is the word.
Yeah, just to be together.
Yeah.
I love the metaphor you use for albums. I think you've once said something about like albums are like little families. Now you just mentioned puppies.
Puppies, yeah.
Yeah. It's obvious that you guys, when you look at the way that music is made now, don't look at it in like a traditional way. I mean, 3 albums in 1 year, like everybody would tell you like that is not a good idea. Are you ever afraid of this road that you guys are taking with the band?
I mean, we've never really done anything too conventional, so it sort of has just been what we've done. In saying that, like, we're not always trying to make a point or some like statement. We're generally just like following the creative muse, just doing what feels right at the time. Thinking about Butterfly 3000, which when we made that record, that was the most electronic thing that we'd done at that time. But that was made during COVID, and it was mostly, I mean, it was almost entirely made without being in the same room as another person, really, at all. And so we kind of lent into that with that record, and everything is just overdubbed and, you know, laid one thing at a time and sending files around to each other and just kind of leaning into that as a vibe. And it was for us at that time very electronic. But, you know, because of the way that it was constructed, when we got together and tried to figure out how to play these songs, it was just like a fucking nightmare. It was so what's the opposite of intuitive? Whatever that is what it was. It was just counterintuitive. Maybe not even that. That doesn't quite feel right either. But and I feel like I've got a fair amount of discipline in my life in certain areas, but when it comes to rehearsal, I'm hopeless. Like I just hate it. I just can't wait for it to be over. And so with Butterfly, unfortunately, it felt like a bit of a casualty. You know, like Butterfly Live, maybe. It just felt like, in order for us to just move on and just like make the next record and just like not spend all of our time like thinking about this synth arpeggiator in 13/8, like we need to just like put this to bed. So that was just, that kind of hurt, you know, a little bit, and sort of maybe didn't feel like we'd done that album justice. And I do feel like we do need to spend some time on it and go back there. And I think, well, I know eventually we will. I don't know how long that's going to take, but eventually we will play a lot more of those songs live. But anyway, since then, it's just been a nagging feeling to make something that's electronic leaning, but also just made live, like made by us in a room.
Alright, while these guys figure out their little gadgets, we'll talk about the origins of this song. We almost broke up this night. We got a little bit too in China.
We had too many Jaeger bombs in Shanghai.
In Shanghai. And then we had
Not enough
pot.
Jaeger bombs.
We had hot pot. Everyone was absolutely maggot. And everyone just started arguing about the intensity of how spicy the hot pot was.
I don't think they say absolutely maggot here.
Yeah, I know, that's why I threw it in. Anyway, it means shit face. So we wrote a song about it, and we kissed been made up.
You have surrounded yourself by people that have become like a family to you, and you've just carved your own path in so many ways, and you go counter to traditional record releases, and so far your label just seems to go along with it. They love you and they trust you, but the choices you've made have made you an iconic band and beloved by your fans. I mean, in 2017, releasing 5 albums, and then now again, you've done it again within 6 years, another 5 albums, and with 2 more records coming out this year, it's just sort of crazy. How much did the long period of lockdown contribute to this being another year where you've got 5 records coming out?
Definitely somewhat. It meant we had more off time, less touring. We spent some just time like thinking, being pensive. Who are we? What are we doing? That sort of thing. We definitely wrote a lot of songs in lockdown, but I'd say for these, for the records that came out this year, they sort of were mostly about us getting back together and kind of represented us being a band in the old-fashioned sense again. Jamming, getting in a room together, making music, feeling each other's energy, improvising, that sort of thing.
So you guys have had to cancel the Timeland festival in Melbourne, but there's a record made in Timeland. What is made in Timeland?
Made in Timeland is real funny album. It was, yeah, I don't even know what to even say about that or what I'm allowed to even give away anymore. But it was basically made to just, it's like an intermission sort of thing for like our 3-hour marathon sets. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's sort of shaped and shifted a bunch, and now it's just turning into a bit of Illuminati. And I think Stu's just having a field day messing with everyone's heads about it too.
Mm-hmm. It's been pressed for months.
It has been pressed. Yeah. I saw recently somewhere in Madrid it ended up somehow in a record store in Madrid, like slipped through the cracks, because we had the festival and I think we gave the green light to a bunch of people to start, letting it be put out. But then we like canned it again, and then it slipped through the cracks in a few places maybe. But yeah, I don't know. It's sort of just like we're just sort of hanging on to it because it's not like we don't want it to be such a big deal, but it's just turning into this big deal. So we're just kind of trying to quietly like pretend it's not a thing for a bit.
It's like Prince's Black Album. It's like it kind of got out. There's a few of them that got out there, and people have given it way more attention than maybe it deserved.
Yeah. It sounds like that then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you were finally able to get together and get back out on the road, you just went on this massive tour. I think maybe the biggest one you'd ever had yet, kind of making up for lost time. And I was happy to see that you were sort of taking some family out on the road with you so you wouldn't have to be away from them for so long. But you're doing these like marathon sets now.
They're really fun. Yeah. I think like initially when we kind of on paper planned to do these marathon sets, they were a lot more kind of daunting, especially because this tour that we're currently on was booked in 2019 to happen in April 2020. So I think as the pandemic kind of went on, the notion of these huge shows was a bit daunting. But then this year's just been so good in terms of how we're playing like together and like just kind of, I don't know, unbridled, like just it's easy. I think the format is like actually kind of really conducive to how we're playing together now. So they feel like they go by really quickly, which I think is all you can ask for 3 hours worth of trying to keep someone's attention.
It's definitely a lot more invigorating for us to mix up the sets.
I think it's just like an antidote to like, just having the same set when you're out on a tour. Like it's great, but then it's like you can kind of just become just kind of really used to it and like kind of disengage sometimes. So it's like, it took a lot of work for us to get all of the catalogue together, but like once we have, it's kind of just like a lot more stimulating to be on tour and play,
There's probably a lot of songs you can't play though.
There's stacks. Yeah, I don't know how many songs we have, but we've been playing like a little over 100. That's kind of like, it's in the rotation at the moment. So it's a fair few to remember.
That's amazing.
This was the third time that we've made a record that's like deliberately not cohesive in a liberating way. For us, which has been said many times, we like to make records which you can put on from start to finish. They've got a vibe, they've got a feel, they've got a landscape, they've got a world. It's a world. It's everything has to live inside the world. But it is liberating to kind of not do that from time to time. And just think about songs. And that's the way most people make albums. So, hey, that's normal, I think. But we just don't do it very often. And when we do, it's always very fun. And Oddments, Gumboot Soup, and Omnium Gatherum, the 3 times that we've done that, they do have some of my favorite ever songs that I've written and the band has written and the rest of the guys have written. There is something about only thinking about the song, which means that the song is the world, and it's just a normal way of like writing songs. One thing that we did during the pandemic was, this may surprise several people, but I've never owned a turntable until the pandemic.
Nice.
So I bought a turntable and I started buying like dollar bin world music LPs just from Discogs. Mm-hmm. And it was like, I don't know, it was a fucking lockdown activity. I was like, I'm gonna try and get my head around chopping up samples and like figure out how to do this MPC shit. Like I it's like I don't understand that. So I want to try and let's see what we can make. And so I spent an extraordinary amount of time doing that, and it was insanely fun. And it's funny, I wasn't so much thinking about hip hop, although I naturally was, because I mean, it's a hip hop culture to do that. But I was truly looking at it with an open mind and just seeing what kind of music would come out if that happened, you know, and it all sounded like fucking hip hop. I don't know. It's like, maybe it's just my bias or like what I've heard before, but yeah, started kind of making these songs out of like chopped up records. Eventually Cookie got the bug as well and started doing it. And Joe's done it a lot before as well. Like naturally just in it and like cheering us on. But anyway, Kepler 22b, the Grim Reaper and Sadie Sorceress, all three of those have their genesis in just like being chopped up samples and trying to figure out how to make music like that. And at one point we did think it was going to be an album that was going to be separate to Omnium Gatherum, and maybe that was before we even had a name for Omnium Gatherum. It was just like, we've got this collection of songs over here, living over here. We've got this sort of like sample-based thing over here. And I don't know, like it didn't feel like an album, you know? So we joined forces, and it sort of felt like, oh, this makes Omnium Gatherum make even more sense. It's like broadening the scope of this record. And yeah, with the metal kind of like, there's a couple of kind of like heavier tracks on there, and I think they're both, I mean, you know, like I think on one hand, they're tonally maybe similar to Infest the Rat's Nest, but in my mind, they're really different because they're kind of like, they're both rhythmically so different. And I think that's what we were trying to do with both of them. It was like, Gaia was kind of built around this quite unusual drum beat, which doesn't sound metal. And it was like, let's try and make this sound as heavy as we can. And yeah, I don't know. And then like Predator X is, I suppose, trying to be something different again that we hadn't done before, maybe slower or heavier than we ever have, maybe in a different way. So yeah, I don't know. I suppose like, yeah, going back to the reason this album exists is to just try something for a song. It was like, if we have to make a whole album of Gaia, it's like, I don't know. I don't think I feel ready for that yet, but maybe one day. Gareth and Fee, the two of the members from Tropical Fuckstorm, we've known for a long time. They were part of the band The Drones, incredible Australian bands, if anyone doesn't know about them already. Known them a long time. When we were making Fishing for Fishies, they invited us to their house in country Victoria. It's beautiful. They've got dogs, they've got a river like going through their place, they've got a boat. It's sick. We recorded most of Fishing for Fishies out on their farm. Yeah, Gaz recorded most of it. We kind of just did overdubs and that sort of shit. That's sort of how that record came together. But anyway, we had this song, which at the time we were calling Mike Bloomfield Jam. And I think it's sort of because it had this like 60s Dylan Goes Electric sort of like type of vibe in our heads, at least. It did, you know, maybe it didn't really, but that's kind of where we're going with it. And yeah, like, I mean, just a side track for a second. When we're recording, some of it's structured, some of it completely unstructured things where it's like, this isn't even a song. It's just like chord progression. Like, it's not even that. It's just like a fucking whatever. So anyway, when we were finished, we recorded everything. We all ate heaps of food, got kind of drunk, put hats on, being like doofuses and stuff, and just recorded this huge jam. I think there was 3 takes. They're like 10 minutes each. Everyone's just fezzing out their instruments. And it did have like a certain kind of alchemic magic to it, but no one was sure what to do with it, I suppose. So this was back in 2018, when this was recorded. And around the same time, Ambrose and I were kind of like working on this other sort of like melodic song, which was completely unrelated. But anyway, both of those two things, this jam at Gaz and Fee's house was just put aside, and this other song that Ambrose was kind of working on was just put aside. And at some point along the years between 2018 and now, we fused those two ideas together and it became the Tripping Tap. And then that just over time evolved, and we would always jam it, and eventually we recorded it, ended up on Omnium Gatherum. So that's that little side of it. But throughout those years, Gaz would always text me and say, what are you doing with that hat jam? He always called it the hat jam because we had hats on. What are you doing with the hat jam? And I was like, I don't know, like, I think we're turning in a song Tripping Tap. And Gaz was like, I'm going to overdub on it. I'm going to get the Tropical Fuckstorm crew in. We're going to like do some crazy shit on it. The girls are going to sing. It's going to be sick. And so I just sort of said, you know what? You do you, man. Like, that jam was awesome. I have no idea what to do with it. Whatever you can kind of come up with, I'm down. So basically, Gaz just and the Tropical Fuckstorm crew sort of just like worked their magic on it and turned it into what it is. And like, in a way, I don't feel like I can take very much credit for it, because like I was kind of just like half tanked, just like noodling on a guitar for 30 minutes, you know what I mean? And like, it's, yeah, the sort of like creative involvement is that for me. And like the rest of King Giz. And then they've really shaped it into like a real piece of music. And it's a cool way to make music, actually. And it's like quite inspiring, to be honest.
No, that's amazing that it just like was this random thing and was kind of left there, and then it was able to kind of come together through what they did to it after the fact.
Totally.
Guys, massive day for the band, Mikey, Stu, Ambrose. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
First of 3 albums this month is out today.
It is, believe it or not, today. Woo!
So, what was the process like? Because I know it was quite different for each one of them. Ice Death had a pretty unique, I guess, formula as to how you recorded it and the theory behind it.
We'd, swap instruments and mess around and get very loose. Creatively loose, and then we would spend a few weeks kind of editing and finding the best bits and kind of piecing together the song in reverse, really. The writing was kind of done in the editing stage. We also all wrote lyrics together, and it's very collaborative, more collaborative than anything we've ever done before.
Did anyone surprise you lyrically?
Everyone's lyrics were really great, especially my own. As Stu said, it was very collaborative, but I didn't contribute to the lyrics because that's not my thing. Ambrose really surprised me he had this really great line. It's something about a different kind of cuttlefish. What he meant to say was a different kettle of fish.
Obviously, everything we do has time constraints, and everything's very fast. We, don't get time to use a dictionary. Yeah, I was meant to be profound. I'm trying to be mysterious with my metaphors. We are professional musicians.
6 hours is a lot of recording to whittle down each and every day. What was that process like?
There's a lot of crap. in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Hey man, you've got to stop selling it so hard.
Yeah. No, well, yeah, well, you know, thankfully, yeah, Stu edited out all the bad bits.
The garbage.
Yeah, all the garbage.
How do you go with just, I guess, tying a bow on work and going, we're happy with that?
You never really know until you play back from the start and you just say it's done. Like you never know how far away you are from that point until you are at that point. You just get to it and then you're there. And you know, sometimes you can be like we've worked on some
around circles.
Yeah,
literally. I have to sometimes come in and just be like, dude, it's good. It's
good.
Finished.
Yeah.
You know, and he'll be like, oh, okay. You know, or he'll just be there like trying all these different things, and then I'll just be like, no, try this or stick with what you're already doing. But yeah, it happens in lots of mysterious ways, that's for sure.
And sometimes, like we have songs where we've worked on them for 5 years or more, and we have songs that have kind of been put together from start to finish, written, recorded within a couple of months. So there is no set way. You have to kind of like trust in the song.
Thanks for having us. The album's out today. I always butcher it. I've got the order wrong about 15 times. Stu, what is it again?
It doesn't matter.
Tell me how ice, death, planets, lungs, mushrooms, and lava came together. A little bit different approach.
Yeah, so we had been in lockdown for a while. They say Melbourne's lockdown was the strictest and the longest in the world. It definitely felt long, and we couldn't see each other for a long time. So we made music during that time, but not together. We worked out how to make music, send tracks online and all that shit. We'd never really been a band doing that sort of thing much, and we sort of worked that out for a few records. But when that all ended, we were just desperate to make some music together in the old-fashioned way, in a room. You see each other and you can smell each other and vibe of each other and all of that sort of thing, and that's what this record was kind of for. And so we kind of took that to a place that we'd never been before. We sort of went into the sessions with no ideas. We'd start with a song title and like a musical key, I guess. We did sort of a different scale for every song, and we used all the Greek modes. And we just did one at a time, and we just record all day, just leave it going. And that meant that the editing job was the writing, in a way. It was like going through the recordings and finding a way to stitch it together. I think we'd heard that Can made some records like that, and we're like, that sounds cool. We should make a record like that. And so we kind of had a go at that, and you know, that's why the song's quite long and move through different kind of phases and sections, because they're all sort of recorded ad lib at different parts of the day. And for this record, for Ice Death, they kind of represent like the opposite thing, just wanting to be together and making music together.
It's from the outside looking in, it just seems like you guys are having so much fun in every like element that you guys do, even like making music especially like your guys' videos. Every time I watch a video, it's like, oh shit, they're having so much fun. Was this new King Giz one for with Joey just dancing in Greece somewhere? Like, I mean, was that just like that? Almost with your guys' personality though, it just feels like something that you guys would say, like, oh, this will just be fun. Let's just have Joey just like dance down the steps of this thing for 8 minutes.
Yeah, it was crazy. We'd made the call, the tough as decision to cancel that recent European tour. And we were at the airport going to Prague to play the last show before we were going to pull the plug. And then it occurred to me that Danny Cohen was already flying over to Europe to come and jump on the bus with us in like 2 days and come on the road for 2 weeks and film a clip for Ice 5. And we're just like, I was like, Stu, like he's in like Berlin already, like what are we going to do? And then like, you know, Stu's already stressing out and feeling like dog shit. So I'm just like on the phone to Danny, like, all right, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Like, I'll stay back for a week. Like, I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes or whatever. Like, and then like, I'm like, Joe's staying till like end of the year. Cook's gonna go to like Greece for a week. I think Joe might go there too. And then he's just like, yeah, cool. I think I just want to film Joe though. I'm really into his like strong European look he's got going on. So yeah, I think I just want to just film Joe if he's down to like do that and like got it in him to
somehow pull off this 10 minutes. So I was like, oh shit, Joe. And Joe's face kind of like changed, and then he was like, okay. Like, I got this, fellas. And yeah, and when we saw the first cut, I was just like, hell yeah, Billy Elliot 2 looks dope.
It's a new song. It's called I Am Love.
Yeah, so it's like actually one of my favorite songs that Giz has done. Yeah, it's like one of my favorites. Is a song that's going to be on Laminated Denim. But yeah, I don't know, can't really give too much away. But it's like it's a 15 minute just like a space rock odyssey. Hypertension, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, right. So it's one of my, it goes for 15 minutes. It's going to be real fun to play live. And yeah, like that's definitely up there with like one of my favorite things that we've done for sure. Yeah, definitely.
I've been trying to finish this fucking record that we started in 2017, and I just can't finish it. And it's not because it's more technical or more progressive or more lyrically challenging or virtuosic or anything than before. It's just I can't finish it. Like I don't know. I keep being distracted by other things, or there's a song that I know is going to be great. I just can't figure out what it needs. Like, I don't know. I like having concurrent projects. There's always concurrent projects. Some, of course, come together quicker than others. That's definitely true. But I would say the most common thing that happens is that. So I would say we're always doing one of two things. We're always. The obvious one is that we're finishing a record, and it's like that's the kind of process everyone's familiar with. It's like you've already got a few songs, you're just like writing the rest, you're finishing, mixing, like doing all that. But I guess we do spend a lot of time just sort of more in a ethereal kind of like magic sparks kind of way, just writing and like trying stuff and trying to follow through with some idea and see if it leads anywhere. And there sometimes, well, I would say a lot of the time, one song will define a whole album.
Yeah. Who should we please? Who's to believe? Who should we change for? Who could we be? When my race is done, how did I run? Did I par the course and pass the baton on? With your feet, make company, form a military of peace, and kill the king. We'll be a citizen of planet Earth. We'll be a bigger man or woman, 'cause we all can. Change. 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 Change for its own sake. Uniformity gave me a bellyache. I want a mutiny. Well, my mind is finally awake. Who could we be? Given equal opportunity. Could we see? Given equal chance to actually see. Change. 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 Change.
This album kind of like has constraints. Every album that we make has constraints on purpose, and it makes it easier to make creative decisions. It makes it quicker to finish a song too, because you have less options. So you just explore inside the box, and you don't have to kind of like do this whole soul searching thing that so many people do before they make a record. We just go, all right, we're going to fucking put our record there. It's going to have, these are the parameters, and let's see what we can make inside that. I think the one thing that I have actively tried to do is not repeat ourselves too much, because it makes it it makes it easier to motivate yourself, because I feel like I'm not being judged on my past work, because my past work is so different. If I can make something different every time, it's kind of like uncritiquable. I'm not trying to better. I've never tried to better myself. I've never tried to say, I'm going to make the best record I've ever made. I've never tried to say, I'm going to write the best song I've ever written, because I will do nothing if I say that to myself. I will like go hide under my bed and cry, you know, like I'll never do anything. So I've always just tried to sidestep. It's just every record is just a sidestep. And if something great happens, amazing. If something unusual happens, amazing. Something I didn't expect to happen happens, amazing. And that's kind of the goal.
How many more do you have in the can since you got home from tour?
We don't have any in the can right now. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we sit on them for a while. Over the years, I've tried to figure out how to not sit on them for very long, because, you know, it's hard sitting on a record that's done. You get sick of it by the time it comes out. So we've tried to shorten that period where it's done and it isn't out as much as possible, so you don't start second guessing anything. But we are working on 2 records kind of simultaneously at the moment. They're kind of linked thematically, but opposite to each other as well. Kind of been a nice project.
Musically opposites as well, or?
I'd say genre-wise opposites, but sharing some musical motifs. And so, yeah, thematically too opposite. They both kind of tell a story, a bit of a narrative, but and they're kind of a unique sort of narrative to each other, but there's tie-ins, and they're all kind of, I've been calling it like a yin-yang kind of thing. So they're sort of part of the same whole, but they're quite opposite as well.
I think this is not your first yin-yang rodeo either, is it? Or is it?
Well, not, we have done this kind of thing a bit, but never to this sort of level of being kind of linked and working on 2 things at the same time. That we made KG and LW, which were together. They were like a double album split in half, and we made Fishing for Fishies and Infest the Rat's Nest sort of simultaneously, and they were really different to each other, but these are more linked than that.
Well, when you are making that many albums at once earlier on, Fishing for Fishies, if I recall, is one of the more mellow ones. And Infest the Rat's Nest is the full-on heavy metal album all the way through. And that's interesting, you were doing both of those at the same time. So do you when you come up with songs, do you kind of put them in mental piles or folders? This might go on this kind of an album someday. This might go here. Or do you set out ahead of time? Now we're going to make a metal album, but Fishies is not going to be a metal album.
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. And for me, I'm usually probably in one of 2 modes. I'm either in like a throwing shit at the wall mode, and I'm just writing, I'm just limbs flailing, just doing anything and everything. A lot of the time I'll be doing that if I don't know what the next project is, and I'm just trying stuff and just trying to find that spark of inspiration. And then as that sort of progresses, you know, I might have 2 ideas that feel like they're similar to each other, and they could be siblings or cousins on the same record. They could be kind of bunched together, and then as it sort of forms, or a record sort of forms, or multiple records kind of form, then you sort of go into the other mode of creating more songs creating more children for the, for the record.
Right. So you're working on 2. Are there more already conceived and mostly laid out, or not?
No, I'd say at this stage, we have some ideas for what we'd like to do next, but it's kind of like, oh, we should make a record like this, or wouldn't it be fun if we had these kind of songs at a show, or this particular song, which is a bit of an oddball on a record that we have, has been really fun to play. We should make some more songs like that or something. But that's kind of as far as we go beyond what we've kind of got inside.
Right.
Yeah, because you returned to thrash metal. Is there a specific reason for it?
It's very fun. It's kind of, it feels like the gut instinct to music that we were always meant to make. So it feels good to go back there.
So if you go to the core of King Gizzard, it's actually trashy.
I'd say it's thrashy, bit of techno, bit of house music as well. But yeah, it does feel good to play heavy music when we're on stage. I think it's the thing that usually we come back to.
The new album Petrodragonic Apocalypse, of course, addresses our situation, the situation of planet Earth at the moment, but also dragons, witches, and shit?
I mean, a lot of time it's easier to kind of tell a story if you don't root it in reality, because as soon as you do, it becomes instantly boring. Well, it's true, right? Like, if you're just telling a story about mundane life, like, it's just boring.
No, I know what you mean. No, that's Stu's thing. And we're all on board with it as well. It makes things a lot more interesting.
Just make it freaky, you know? Just freak
why we can make and create different things.
It's about the end of the world, but you know, maybe a dragon isn't just a dragon. Maybe it's Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump, or the rising ocean. Maybe that's the dragon. You know?
That's deep.
It's fucking deep.
Okay, so let's talk. Congratulations, album number 24 just dropped. Huge. What kind of world do you think you're building for King Gizzard at this stage?
Hopefully one that's just fun for us to be in, honestly. That's why we're here. We love it. Just get to hang out with these guys all the time. And yeah, we're just kind of happy to be here. And if we can just keep doing it and people keep coming and we don't have to get real jobs, I'm happy.
We're all best friends and we love each other like so much, and
that's why we keep making music.
And that's
so
why we
much.
just have to keep constantly making
Any
music
excuse
so
to
that
hang out.
And, so it's an excuse to all be together at the same time.
I know, I'm so scared of when I have to get a job one day, so.
You won't. Visually and video-wise, how did you want to express this last record?
It's all Jason's
Yeah, it's all like Jason Galea, who does our like live visuals as well. He and he made the clip for Dragon. And all of our album covers. He's like the visual. He's like the aesthetic behind the band. We call him, the seventh member of the band.
Yeah, we owe him a lot of our success for sure.
I do feel like
we love him too. Yeah, he's a genius.
He hasn't changed since I met him at a skate park when I was 14.
I feel like in terms of what we're going for with the visual thing.
Answer the question.
Yeah, answer the question, boys. Come on. All right.
There's a question.
Yeah, we do love each other. I mean, I guess it's a heavy album, so it's like there's going to be the trope of the like that metal iconography, but I don't know, we're just kind of like it's we don't want to take it too seriously, so it's kind of like it's funny.
Yeah, we let him do what he wants, and he just does exactly what we've already envisioned.
It's good. Just subvert it in some miniature way.
Also, just keen to freak some people out.
Yeah, it's all about just
Also, the end of the world is funny, and we're all going to go down laughing.
Yeah, it never gets old, really.
we should talk about the silver chord because that's about to come out. So I mean, once again with this record, you've tried something completely new. Like set yourself a new challenge. This is like an electronic record. You've put down the guitars. Have you fully put? Is it fully? I mean, I've listened to it. I've listened to both versions of it, which I was going to ask you about as well. But I couldn't hear any guitars, but I know that maybe there's some hidden in there that are sounding like synths, or is it just you guys are playing synthesizers at electronic drum kit? And that is every sound that's coming out of this record.
Yeah, that's it. There's no sort of guitars or do we say acoustic drum kits? Drum kits. When people think about drum kits, there's none of those. There's none of those in there.
Where did this idea come from? Because every record that you've made has had this very unique sort of heart to it of we're going to make a jazz record, we're going to make a microtonal record, an acoustic instrument only record, a metal record.
I suppose like the few kind of like things that converged into leading us here was we did want to do an opposing forces 2 albums kind of thing this year, which was something that we had talked about for a while, of doing something like that again. And with Petrodragonic and with Silver Chord, they were like worked on at the same time. So we did want to make sure that they didn't interfere with each other, but there are actually a lot of kind of links between them that felt important when we were making them, and maybe like it's more kind of birthed from the same womb but become sort of 2 different sort of creatures in the end. And we were very keen to do like another metal leaning record, so we wanted to make sure we were doing something else that was not that. It's just been a nagging feeling to make something that's electronic leaning, but also just made live, like made by us in a room.
Did you all have synth skills? Was everybody turning up like, actually, I know I'm the bassist, but I'm actually very good on keys? Or were you all figuring that out?
We've like everyone in the band plays keys, at least a bit. Actually, Lucas is probably the best piano player, and he's a bassist. So it's sort of, yeah, everyone in the band's a multi instrumentalist in their own way. So that helps to at least kind of have the architecture of the notes sort of like working. But none of us are shredders in that way at all, and that's not what this record is. But the way I wanted to approach it this time was for it to feel like, to us, as much like it does at a show when we're improvising. Like we're in that space, which is much more of the show now than it used to be, where it's just completely spontaneous and we don't know where we're going and we're just making music on the spot. And that was the way the record was made. So we tried to find that same niche. And I think I did say this in the press release, but we were talking about playing our instruments like they were guitars and like they were drum kits. And Lucas, for instance, who's the bass player in Gizzard, he played the bass like keys, like he played the bass synth. He's still in that space. And I think the way it came together was when it worked, and it did take us several days of like making music together in this way before we made anything that felt like we should keep it. When it worked, it was us in those same niches that we are on stage and that we know well, and we're kind of listening to each other and feeling it in the same way that we are on stage without guitars that we know how to play and we feel comfy on.
And there are two mixes of it. There's like a 28-minute version and there's a 1 hour 28-minute version.
Yeah, and that was not something that was initially planned. Well, one thing we were thinking about when we were recording was we wanted to find those moments that I suppose we call endless boogies, but those moments where you feel like you're just in it and you could kind of play the same thing over and over again and just be in it. Like it's very hard to kind of like write something like that. You just have to do it, and sometimes you have an idea or a riff or a chord progression or something that you are so sure is going to be an endless boogie, and until you play it with everyone you realize that it's not. But anyway, we spent the whole recording session, really trying to find those moments. And then when we're in them, to just live in them and be in them and like, occupy that space. And so that was sort of like, I guess, that nugget of what we were trying to come back to when we were recording. But, I still wanted to experiment. Well, experiment sounds like a funny way to put it, but experiment with like traditional song structure too. And it became pretty obvious, like even when we were recording, that we should make 2 albums here. Like this is we should still do this kind of like quite condensed, everything to the point, no meat sort of version of the album. And then like let's like occupy that space and let's do like a longer version where we just let this ride and like be in it.
It's cool because there's they're very sort of different experiences whilst being the same song, like sort of stretched out, and like the short version's sort of just like all the hooks crammed in, completely lean, and then the other one is something that you can sort of just completely get lost in.
I don't know if you're a Deadhead person or not, but I'm mostly not.
I'm a newer Deadhead, Jello. Like I sort of it recently clicked, and yeah, it's funny. This has happened to me a lot of times where we'll be making some music and a lot of people will say the same thing. They'll say, this record that you made sounds like this. And I'll be like, I never listened to that. And then I go and listen to it because all these people have said so. And I'm like, actually, this is pretty sick, you know, and then it sort of kind of goes around in a weird way. But I think just touring the States a lot, obviously the Dead are just culturally significant thing. In Australia, that it's, you know, here we know a few of the hits. I thought they were a country band, you know, like I know some of the studio stuff I would have heard, and it's rad. They're great songs. But that was kind of what I thought the Dead.
They were a garage band early on under the name of Warlocks. Too.
Yeah. And I know all that now, but it's kind of because touring the States, it would be like I swear to God, every second person would come up and be like, you guys remind me of the Grateful Dead. I'm like, I've never listened to the Grateful Dead. You know, like, it's a coincidence. I don't know. And then eventually...
It's probably a good way to have that infect you after you're already very much got your own thing, or in your case, things down ahead of time.
Well, I think when you say the word jam, in America, it specifically means a certain style of improvising, which is kind of influenced by that. And I didn't know that because we always said the word jam, and here it just means improvising. You know, it just means kind of going off the script. And in America, it means a different thing. It's very interesting. It's very specifically American kind of phenomenon. It's fascinating. I've never listened to really any of the other jam band scene. I've really I've never been involved or a part of it or understood it at all. But yeah, very, very recently I've kind of, the Dead clicked. I just figured out that if you find a song that you like, you can kind of listen to 100 different versions of it. And that's kind of cool to me because I'm the sort of person who, when I find a song I like or an album I like, I'm likely to only listen to that for like a few days. You know, I sort of do that. I sort of obsess over things like that. And in a way, they're kind of a good band for me because instead of just listening to the same exact recording, I can listen to like 100 different versions of it. And that's pretty cool. I do remember that very early on, when we were still doing the same set every night and all of that, we would have tapers come to the show. I was always like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, this is weird. We played the same set last night and a taper came to that too. Like, can't they just listen to that? It doesn't make any sense. And then eventually I started feeling kind of sorry for them because these people would kind of come to multiple nights or they'd follow us around or they'd drive in their RV and come to multiple shows. And we do, save for a few sections, more or less the same show every night. But they must have seen something in us where we were kind of on some sort of improv tip or something, I don't know. But I started feeling sorry for them. I was like, fuck, we need to kind of put on a bit of a different show for these RV crew here, you know, tonight. They've been to the last 6 shows.
But was Red Rocks the first time you ever tried 3-hour shows of all different songs?
Oh, yeah.
Did I hear a rumor that you never do the same show twice? In fact, you have an Excel spreadsheet to make sure. Do you put it in a generator or something?
No, there's kind of like logical songs which fit with other songs, but there's a lot of songs now. So someone should do the maths and figure out how many combinations, permutations there are, but there would be thousands. So it's pretty easy to kind of come up with a new arrangement.
So Taylor Swift, for her Eras tour, she's never playing the same set twice. Would you say that she copied you?
I think she took it from Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, really? Yeah, the boss. Yeah.
No, we love Tay-Tay. Okay. She's a boss.
Okay. So whose idea was the Excel spreadsheet?
Stu's.
That was mine, but it was only because it was too much information to fit in my head anymore. It sort of just got too...
No, it's because you decided that everywhere would go. So say we're in like Detroit or something, he would look up where we last time played in Detroit and be like, okay, we're not playing any of those songs. And that's the mentality.
Oh.
So everywhere we are.
Yeah.
So even today, it was like, he was trying to go off like Brisbane set list at the start of the year, and we're like, nah, dog, it doesn't quite count, but it is.
Stu's also like an accountant.
And part AI as well.
Yeah, that's why he likes his like Excel spreadsheets.
He's
like,
computer generated.
Yeah.
I love what you guys did in Tennessee. I thought that was really poignant, you know, and like doing it in drag to anyone, it might have just been a bit of a spectacle or, you know, just to dress up. But I thought what was kind of your thought process going into that?
We heard about it through the fans, and then we just joined in.
Weirdly and fortuitously as well, like the night was kind of planned for a really long time, but we woke up on show day and the federal court had like rejected the bill to pass those laws in Tennessee, like the day of the show. So we kind of like, I guess we spun the show as like kind of not a protest, as like more of a celebration.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago, I like picked up a guitar for the first time. I'm like, oh yeah, this thing, and like had a bash around to like have a little bit of something to go in with. But I mean, it's just gonna need like kind of just, you know, just stabbing around in the dark and seeing what lands, really seeing who we stab.
We don't kind of come in with pre-prepared music. If like a lack of preparation is like kind of what we're like going for.
It probably makes me feel more relaxed in a way, because if you're not like thinking about it too much, then like, I don't know, you don't get as nervous, you don't like overthink things. Well, I'm saying that now, we haven't really started recording yet, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Makes me really nervous still to this day. But it's a combination of like being excited and trying to like get my foot in the door and trying to be involved as much as you possibly can.
There's like a sketch for each song, but some of the guys made demos, but we're trying not to listen to them.
I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna try and keep it rock to some form.
I think when people think about how records are usually made, they would be shocked at how unprepared we are. But I suppose we maybe prepare things in our own way.
And that's a feeling of a swine taking off. This flight's gonna crash, and then my hooves start to thrash, and then my teeth start to gnash until we hit the ground. There ain't no mud in the sky, and I'm cruising on high altitude on this flight B741.
Best way to go into a record for me is to feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I've always tried to find the space where we all feel like that at the same time. And I suppose it's usually about like setting perimeters on what it is, so that we all kind of like feel a little bit frightened and outside of our comfort zone, but inspired to make the best thing that we can. I often do like associating ideas that feel disparate in some ways and connected in other ways and mashing them together. It feels like provocative enough to encourage people to write. And so it's been very like open-ended like that, and we gently critiquing of each other's work. Both may write a verse about the same thing, but from different perspectives, and sometimes that works really well and sometimes it doesn't work at all.
In the farm, son, I'll be flying out first with my piggy chest. When pigs fly, I'll be on the fly. B741 in the farm, son, I'll be flying out first with my piggy chest.
These are way better anyway.
Yeah. It's always been a very loose seed. It would be like, got this riff, thinking of maybe doing something like this with it. I was thinking maybe it could go to this other place, don't really know. Another person will chime in. Conversation literally that long, 30 seconds. This is from, coming from the seed of one person. Only one person's heard this song or had any idea of this song. By the end of the 2 hours, the recording's done.
Too much. I think it's gonna come together. Yeah.
You start. We'll come in with the ching.
Yeah. I feel like that riff should come in like that lead thing should be like it just starts like.
needs.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. It just feels, kind of cycle through the parts, make it fucking go, and then make it fucking stop. I like what you were saying. What if we do that riff like you were saying, and then and that's more of like a long drum build up.
Yeah. At the start.
Yeah. So let Joe do his riff, and then we'll come in. And it'll all be built up, and then we come in the.
Oh yeah.
2 shows in one day at Red Rocks. I think we wanted to do 3. We only got 2 dates. So we thought, can we do 2 in one day? And they were like, we've never done that before. I'm like, it's actually so nice to play there during the day. It's just so beautiful.
Beautiful. Every time we go back to Red Rocks, it still feels really special. Just the vibe, and it really gives a kind of like festival feel.
Yeah. This was an interesting show, honestly, even apart from being at the Gorge, which was an amazing place to play. The barricade at the front of the stage actually broke, which is kind of mental.
It was a 3-hour show. Our like metal bracket was right at the end.
It was kind of the hardest moshing part of the set.
Yeah, one of the notes here. Venusian 1 cut early due to barricade breaking. Joey called his mum during break.
Should I Scott, should I like video call like my mum or something? My mum's here! Hey! Wait, mum, no. You have to put yourself on the screen. Come on. Yay! There she is. There she is. Oh, shit, mum. Your son's done all right, no?
For the last few years, I feel like we've been doing about 100 songs on tour. We're kind of finding new and exciting ways to play some of the back catalogue too.
I guess like around 2016,
yeah,
we were touring the States a lot, and we were playing pretty much all of Nonagon with some other rock stuff, and we were like mostly playing the same set every night. And some of the fans, they were coming to multiple shows, and I think we felt bad that
we felt bad for them.
We were playing the same thing every night.
Not repeating anything from the night before means you end up rotating songs a lot. We actually use setlist.fm all the time, just writing setlists, because there's no way you can remember that.
How do you see the next chapter?
Yeah, well, I don't like. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going, and we're gonna. We got another record in the works that we recorded with an orchestra in Melbourne.
First time
with an orchestra. We didn't do it live with them. We had the songs, and then we got an arranger in who was a friend of Stu's, and he arranged and composed the orchestra section. Yeah, and then we did 3 days in the studio of tracking the orchestra, and that was super special to all of us, like, because we'd never done it before, and a lot of the players that were played on it from like the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, and which a lot of us have like grown up going to, Melbourne Symphony Orchestra shows, like, whether it's like them playing Star Wars to, to like Hans Zimmer stuff, like, right. But yeah, and then just like having them in the studio, and it was amazing. Yeah.
Sat opposite Stu Mackenzie at a Christmas dinner party once, and we struck up a conversation. So, what do you do? What do you do? A few years along the track, there came this opportunity which Stu got in touch with and said that he really wanted to add something a bit classical. We've got everything on this album, from a pseudo-symphonic orchestra to a hard 70s big band to a bit of John Adams minimalist music, all wrapped up under the umbrella of King Gizzard's creativity and inventiveness. One of the traits of being an artist is that you're always asking more questions. You're always exploring what can happen, what might happen, what should happen. And sometimes these experiments end very badly. And you know what? Sometimes these experiments end very well. And you don't know what you're going in expecting. You don't know what you're going in hoping for. And usually the result that you get, if you're completely open-minded and open-hearted, that's usually when you get the best result. The album was pretty organic, and the boys are so flexible, and they sort of let me have reign on this new album that they've written. And we've got funky big bands, we've got classical style symphonic writing. It's been a real labour of love over the past few months, working with the band, but mainly with Stu, sort of exchanging ideas and seeing how far this could go, the scope that we had. And I think we've really come up with something quite special.
When this album comes out and hits the mainstream radio and is played and people are driving around and listening to it, or what do you sort of hope or expect people's reactions are going to be?
I think they won't have heard anything like this before from King Gizzard. In fact, it's possible they might not have heard, or anyone's heard anything like this. They've been really, we've really pushed the boundaries, we've really mixed all genres together with them as a core, moving outwards in so many different directions. We've really stumbled to come across and also pre-planned some pretty special, unique effects, which, it's going to push the boundaries.
Okay, once more.
Today and a little bit last week, I've started going through the stems and listening to all the vocal overdubs that everyone's doing, trying to see if I can help, start figuring out like the harmonies and stuff. So for like Flyby 741 and this Phantom Island, there's a lot of harmonies going on, and it's sort of one of the last things we think about when we're trying to do songs live, and because everyone's we've got so many songs to play and learn all the time that it's, obviously the vocal harmonies and things are the last thing we think of, and, a huge priority some of the time. And, I feel like hopefully we can make it a bit more of a priority in the future. But yeah, like listening to some of Stu's like vocal overdubs and stuff, like it was like, it would be like my part or Cookie's, and or like on Phantom Island, I think Cookie had some wild ones on Flight B741, but I feel like most of them like aren't too crazy, and then Stu's come in and it's just like, man. And I was just like sending him videos the other day, like joking around, just being like, what have you done, like listening to this shit? Because this is like, he's like got all these layers of like, all of a sudden it's like a barbershop like quartet cross with like, Beach Boys like coming in with these like oohs and ahs, and then there's like the bop bop bop, and then like all these.
You're gonna have to try and do that live.
Well, the thing is, I'm sitting here like trying to learn all this shit, and then I know for a fact that we're gonna get together in a rehearsal room next week, and they're gonna be like, "Oh no, it's chill. Like we don't need to do all that," or like I'm not gonna do that, or like I don't know. It's just like we'll get the orchestra to do that stuff or whatever. But it'd be cool to pull off some of it because some of it's really cool and wacky. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, there's lots of Wilson vibes in there for sure.
Is that the work of King Gizzard? If you had to put it down to one kind of box, one jumbled box of loads of things, is that box learning the parts of all these different songs, all these different lyrics, all these different melodies? Is that the job of being in King Gizzard, is just knowing a lot of songs, a lot of lyrics, a lot of riffs?
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like I'm finding it hard to do much else. Like I haven't done much Murloc stuff in a while because it is also like there's not much time for it, and also like my brain capacity as I'm getting older just can't really fit much more info other than like Gizzard stuff. Like luckily I got to do that Gum tour recently, so I had enough time. It was at a perfect time where like there wasn't much Giz stuff going on, so I was able to just have a week or two to like get really focused and like try and be rehearsed enough for that.
There's that line on what song is it from Phantom Island? Silent Spirit. There's that really nice line. I'm not sure if it's you singing it, but it's about like, you know, I miss the kid and I miss you. And there's a very beautiful kind of wholesome feeling to that, and you feel that family connection.
Yeah, there's lots of those sort of references on the record from the guys. I think mine are more probably based towards like my friends, or like I feel like in the last few years having people close to me pass away and things like that. So yeah, that's just a part of it. This is all the sacrifices you make, you know. You miss out on moments and times with your children, or you miss out on being there for a friend when they needed you, or like, I don't know, you know, and your parents and things, and get older and people pass away and people are growing up, and yeah, it's just the nature of being in a band. Everyone makes sacrifices.
Your friends and family must fucking love what you do. You know, even like people going to the King Gizzard shows love it. But I mean, I imagine your family and friends must think that it's fucking rad.
Yeah, for sure. The support is always very strong. But yeah, it is tough because I like to, you'd always like to spend more time with these people, but yeah, like you said, you know that they're very supportive. So you know that they're not, you're not avoiding their company.
Yeah.
You just you just can't help it.
Yeah. And so that record's gonna come out with the orchestra
next year, yeah.
And then you'll play some shows with them.
Yeah. We're doing a US tour with an orchestra. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so that's I think May next year, or yeah, we're doing some really, really big, really special shows with an orchestra. I think it's a 30-piece orchestra. So yeah, and it's gonna be huge. So we're gonna play the whole album, and then we're gonna rearrange a bunch of stuff from our back catalogue to go with the orchestra. So yeah.
How's the orchestra stuff going? What are the challenges? What are the rewards?
The first 2 days were a couple pretty scary. Don't you think, Mickey? I wanted it to be over. the rehearsal and the first show.
Why?
I think we like over prepared. We're used to winging it a lot more, and I think we just thought of. I mean, for me personally, I just thought about it so much that it got scary. But it was great. It's been great.
And like, why? What was scary about it?
There's just a lot of people in the room. We did a rehearsal. It was our only rehearsal. It was the only time I ever played with an orchestra.
And it was just that unknown, really.
Yeah. And it was literally the day before the first show. And we had 2 hours with the orchestra. So we had to kind of be very, very prepared. And I guess that's just not really the way we're used to operating, but it's good exercise. It went pretty well. Some things didn't go that well, and you just got to do a lot of this. But then the show was great. After the show, that first show, I just felt so deeply tired and happy at the same time, and I sort of like looked inward and questioned what that feeling was, and I think it's just relief. Just the deepest sense of relief that it wasn't a disaster. And then the second show we did a couple of nights ago was really fun, and I think tonight's going to be even more fun.
Actually, the most stressed I've ever been for a tour.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah.
Just a month leading up to it.
Yeah, I probably
just had no idea what was going to happen.
voice track and like how I'm gonna cue shit, how Sarah's gonna cue shit. But then yeah, like you said, after the rehearsal, it was just like,
here we go.
I just felt huge relief. And then another big relief after the first show.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people wouldn't know how you guys have been back in Australia prepping for like 3-4 weeks, and that's not normal for you, or?
No, usually we would say
We never rehearsed this much for anything. Ever.
Yeah. But because we got to stick to the script on this tour with the chaps and everything, and yeah, that's not something we're used to having to do, and we've had to kind of sort of reverse engineer the way we play a lot of these songs and actually kind of like try to do them the same way for the orchestra to keep everyone synced and stuff. But
Same as the recording.
Same as the recording. Sarah, the conductor, is amazing, and she's the bridge. And yeah, it would be crazy without her, actually. Yeah, and all the musicians are ripping. So we got some amazing players. It's pretty sick. Time to rock.
You have these upcoming shows where you're performing with an orchestra, and you've done this in the US earlier in the year. So can we just ask, where did that all start from?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it was something on our bucket list. I've never even spoken about bucket list before.
Yeah, you said that with such disdain. It's a bucket list, but not.
Yeah, I almost vomited in my mouth when I said that. It was never something that we kind of really intended to do. It was just something that, in the most beautiful way, serendipitously happened, and so many pieces of so many puzzles came together to make this show a thing. There are so many heads involved, so many artistic minds involved, and so many people coming together to kind of try to create something in concert, in harmony. Let's let the pun lay there.
Let it breathe.
We'll let that one breathe. So basically, kind of the way this came together was we had some opportunities to do some orchestral shows of our back catalogue. We just thought, fuck yeah, how could we not do that? That's incredible. That would be such a cool show. And we started to think about and talk about how much work it would be to put one show together. It's you have to write a lot of charts, and we don't necessarily make music like that generally. We had to kind of piece together this show that wasn't complete sort of free form improv thing as well, like it usually is. So we thought, well, if we're going to do one show, we may as well do a tour. And if we're going to do a tour, we may as well make a new album. Going back a couple of years, that album became Phantom Island. It's been out for a little bit. And then, the shows have sort of been a part two of all that. But funnily enough, it actually started with the shows and we sort of went backward from there. It was just a nice exercise in just kind of being open to the universe and just being excited by the opportunities as they come up and not forcing anything too much and just putting the time into it and making whatever it's going to be, and just trusting the musicians and the other collaborators you have on the project.
I want to talk to you about just the fact that in your music and in your live shows, you talk about it being freeform. With the orchestra shows, it was less that sort of improvisation. How did it feel going back into that gear?
I mean, we have, there have been periods of the band that have been more structured and less improvisational, especially when we're kind of getting deep into prog rock and also a lot of the kind of heavy metal stuff that we've done as well has to be a lot more structured, and we have to really be pretty locked in, and that's a pretty fun muscle to exercise too. That's about discipline actually, and that's just a different thing. But I feel less like a musician when I'm doing that. I feel like a performer, and that's fine. I actually like performing too. But I feel like a musician when I am improvising and I'm listening and reacting and just being part of a larger organism.
Field of Vision.
Hello, how are you? I'm Stu, and welcome to Field of Vision. It is the best place in the world, and thanks for coming, and I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Something I really want to talk to you guys about, because this looks absolutely incredible. Field of Vision Festival. Tell me about it, because the photos and the footage I saw, it looked absolutely incredible. It was a kind of like an extension of the Gizzfest that we got here in Melbourne years ago, but kind of make it into a little bit more of a kind of folky camp festival in the States, was it?
Yeah, it was 10,000 people camping for 3 days, and we just kind of curated a lineup of mates and other artists that we kind of really liked, and we kind of just curated the whole thing. It was honestly the best thing we've ever been a part of. It was just it was so good. It sort of, you look back on it and it can't have been real, you know. Feels quite surreal to be part of something like that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Cool.
It felt like a culmination of our US touring career at this point. The curation was literally just all our friends that we've toured with from the first time we went over to the States, so it felt like a big reunion as well, which was made it really fun.
And then also, and it was just kind of that thing, is because we just kind of come off the back of the orchestra component of the tour, and I think that there's been so much work and kind of thought put into the Field of Vision Festival that I think we're when we arrived, because it was in about 2 hours out of Denver in the Rocky Mountains in this town called Buena Vista, which was beautiful. But,
so beautiful.
I feel like we were all just kind of I don't know, we were really kind of scared in anticipation of just the stakes felt really high, because we all know what Meredith's like, and it's just that kind of ruins festivals. Even we just go to festivals and play at festivals all, constantly, but it's still Meredith Golden Plains is just
the gold standard.
Yeah, so all I thought about was just oh God, if I was just a puncher at this festival, I would just I was just getting ready to be really shattered about it just being a flop or something, but it was just completely the opposite. It was so good.
That's so nice. It's the old set your expectations low and be blown away,
that
right?
Was it. Yeah, that was me.
What was the sense of community like in the air at this thing?
It was really beautiful. I kind of went for a walk out, into the festival grounds, and we had Mirage City, which was kind of like a Grateful Dead shakedown street where all the bootleggers were selling their wares.
Sick.
I think there was about 100 stalls of people who brought art and artifacts and knickknacks and t-shirts of King Gizzard bootleg stuff. And it's incredible the community they've built, and I feel like we've really fed that by doing the bootleg thing, and it's just become cyclical. And the art people are making is incredible, and they're all really appreciative, and I think that's really that's become this self-serving cyclical thing, the bootleg thing, that has really built helped build that community. Just like I think just giving a little bit, you know, away in this kind of capitalist world has, like, you know, they're really appreciative of it, the fans, and it's really like that. To me, that's really been a turning point in like giving back to the fans. That's really, you know, garnered this really like big community of kind of obsessive, beautiful fans.
That's beautiful. I mean, yeah, it really feels like you guys nurture this community that you've created around the world, and it definitely comes through. I mean, yeah, encouraging bootlegging is awesome. The music is kind of in the hands of the people at this point, right?
Totally.
What's the overall feeling like at Gizzard HQ at the moment?
It's so good. Like,
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Definitely, yeah.
And like, I don't know. I feel like, it's very thankful that like we have each other, and like it's kind of, we've all been just of the disposition that's kind of, you know, like being reflective or kind of, appreciative of like what we have, and just kind of work towards this kind of common goal that we keep doing, striving for. And at the end of the day, we just like can't stop just singing and talking to each other because we love it. And then also we just constantly just make music, which is great. We're about to go do it like in about 15 minutes.
Literally.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is amazing and so special. Thank you so much. I love you. All of you.
We've thrown these Field of Vision shows. We had Babe Rainbow in for like a version of a few months, and they just had nothing but positive things to say about you guys and sort of the stewardship of what you do, because obviously there's that, and then through your labels that you're associated with, you've put out music from Amor the Sniffers, Civic, Skeggs, so many great bands through the years. It does feel like sort of a rising King Giz lifts all ships. How important is it to you and the rest of the guys to support your fellow artists?
Oh yeah, that's like so lovely to hear, and yeah, from Babe Rainbow, our friends who also happen to be awesome as well. Maybe we have been lucky to be surrounded by friends who also happen to be awesome. You know,
crazy coincidence every time. All these friends are so awesome.
Yeah. I think truly, for the most part, it does come down to friendship. That is true. Like truly, even in the broader King Gizzard universe, I think it is and continues to be the central kind of driving force of the whole thing. At the end of the day, like, I actually just really like being around these guys. That's why we make so many records together. And that's why, like, when we're not on tour, we tend to make music together anyway. And I think it is the same for, you know, all the other kind of like artists that we've put out over the years and all of that. Like, it's awesome to be able to use our, you know, little platform to share this music with folks all over the world. There's that, and also, you know, just being able to spend time with people who we think are cool and our friends and stuff is probably the main one.
Yeah, that's so cute. It's so nice. Like, it's just awesome hanging with people you like and being creative together. It would just keep fulfilling you.
Hey, we got a very special guest.
Very, very special guest.
Very, 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 very special.
Very special, very special. Come on.
This is one of our heroes.
Jello Biafra.
Jello Biafra.
What the fuck? Give it up for Jello. Hello, Jello.
What an honor this is. Let's hear it for you guys. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Joey Walker. Ambrose Kitty Smith. Cavs Cavana on the drums. Stu McKenzie. Cook Craig. This is a fucking great fucking moment of my life. This is my favorite band in the world.
Just want to take a minute to say thank you to the Meadow Creek team for putting on this festival with us and making our dreams come true. This is wild. It's like beyond what we ever imagined. So thanks to Jed, Jake, Sampo for...
Give it up.
This is amazing, don't you think? This is amazing!
Like, before we came here, we're like, you know, fuck, like, what's this gonna be? How's it gonna feel and shit? We're like, you know, we had the option for next year and ongoing. We're like, but we have to wait and see how it feels. And now that we're here, and I'm assuming that, you know, you guys have had a good time, we're gonna do it again. Fucking...
We'll see you next year!
Pleasure to come back. And
Please come back, please come back, please come back.
Last but certainly not least, our manager, Michelle Cable, is an incredible powerhouse of a woman who just doesn't switch off and...
Give it up for Michelle Cable, our manager. Michelle. She's fucking the best.
Everything we do is possible because of her. She's incredible. We love you so much.
We hold on the cable. There is so much crazy shit that we do, and we couldn't do any of that crazy shit without these people, for real. So thanks.
Something I want to ask is, you know, you've recently removed your music from Spotify. Could you just talk us through that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are probably several good reasons to walk from Spotify if you want to. You know, for us, yeah, to be honest, I was quite inspired by some of our other, again, friends who did that before us. And I actually reached out to Leah Senior, who's a friend of ours as well, an amazing musician, and just said, hey, I'm like really proud of you for that decision to do that. That's like really cool. And she said, well, you should do it as well. And I was like, oh yeah, you know what? Okay, let me think about that for a second. And it it was just kind of like one phone call with the others, and then a couple of phone calls with the labels and all that stuff, and I don't know, and then we're off. I mean, it's you know, I don't want to soapbox or tell other people what to do. It just felt like the right thing for us, and for us, we have to kind of sort of making music with people, making art and everything that we do or other artists do. It's a pretty vulnerable experience. You have to put yourself out there. You have to really, this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. You have to really believe in what you do, right? I mean, if you sort of feel like what you're creating is part of something that is potentially evil, maybe it's not a very motivating factor to get up and go to work in the morning. So, you know, for the most part, the decision sort of felt like a personal or a band decision that was right for us, and it'd be cool if other people, I don't know, left, but I get it. King Giz kind of exists in this weird realm of, it exists because we kind of took risks the whole time. It hasn't been sort of despite that, it's kind of been because of that. And I think we just luckily and beautifully placed to just be ourselves. And I kind of feel like we have a duty to do that in some ways, because I actually know that in so many ways it is easier for us to do it than for other people. And so, you know, with something like Spotify, like it doesn't pay the bills anyway. For the most part, we're kind of like a touring band, and we make records that people buy IRL. Like, yeah. I don't know. We sort of just exist in our own sort of like weird world over to the side. Yeah.
Right. So let's just talk about the Spotify stuff since we're there. And so last summer, you all made a decision to remove the music. It sounds like Spotify CEO Daniel Ek leading the investing of this military drone company was I guess like the last straw. You mentioned earlier just there that, this wasn't something that's necessarily paying the bills. Can you walk me through the decision in terms of what else in your experience with the platform led to this?
It's a pretty evil corporation for the most part. I mean, and to be fair, so are a few of the other streaming services as well. And it's actually kind of easy to hate Spotify, to be honest, as an artist. Like they pay way worse than almost all the others to begin with, and they're the biggest. So they're kind of setting the standards in so many ways. I feel like all my mates were already saying fuck Spotify constantly anyway, before we did it. And before all this before all of the sort of the military investing stuff came up as well, it does sort of feel like when you're making music, making music is, maybe this goes without saying, or maybe I'm just going to say it. It's such a vulnerable thing to do. It's actually like really hard to make music with other people. I mean, again, maybe that does go without saying, but it's hard sort of like emotionally, and it's hard sort of in a way of, it's hard to motivate yourself, and it's just this vulnerable sort of like weird, I don't know, sort of thing that we and other musicians constantly put yourselves out there in this weird world to do because we believe in it. I guess a lot of the things sort of happening around Spotify started to feel like it honestly just made me and the others feel like not going to work, right? Mm-hmm. And I love work. Yeah. Like work to me isn't this bad word. Work is awesome. Like work is great. I want to go to work. I want to make stuff, and all this shit made me not want to go to work. And had a lot of conversations with a lot of other musicians who I love and admire, and some of my other mates left Spotify, and I just thought, oh man, I don't know. For some reason, it wasn't something that I really thought of being possible. It sounds like you spend so much time thinking about music and working on the music, and Spotify is the platform that most people listen to it on. And then a few of our mates left, and I just thought, oh, I didn't even really think about that as an option. I think with what we have done in our career, in a lot of ways, we have not been very tactical about anything, and we have done, we've made decisions from the gut. We definitely have sort of just tried to prioritize doing things in real life with real people, and that's the obvious stuff like playing shows and stuff like that, but also just like meeting people and talking to people and just being a real person. Like I would pride myself on being pretty ordinary in a lot of ways, and I think that's cool. I think that's cool.
I as an ordinary person, I totally agree.
I think prior to these records, y'all had gotten pretty expansive when it came to gear. I mean, was it not the modular synth era of
that's
still going.
I think
you just wait.
That's expanding at the moment.
That's the reaction to the thing that like we just did. That's the modular's reaction to the 4-chord rock music. So.
The modular synth feels neglected in the corner and needs to be busted out.
Yeah, you just wait.
Do you have like a tour manager or something when you come out with a modular synth record that looks at you guys and the new list of gear that has to be put on the bus and just go like, no, what are you doing?
Well, we have a synth tech, Brandon, in the States.
Thank God for that.
He's the keeper of Nathan, as Joe dubbed modular synth.
No, yeah, it's I really don't envy him.
And he
loves
it. Yeah, he does an incredible job because
Yeah,
the whole nature of it is that it's always changing, and I think it's always going to evolve. It's never going to be static, and he just rolls with it and makes it happen.
And it's very fly by the seat of your pants thing. Like, it'll be a thing. Like, when we bring it out on stage, it's like at any given point during the set, and it's just rolled out during a song by our amazing crew and just like dropped there, and then we'll just turn around and start jamming on it.
It's got to be a beautiful feeling.
It's good. It's starting to get like less scary because it's starting to be it's starting to feel like we've made waves with it, which is exciting.
Yeah, it's just starting to feel like we know what we're doing now with it.
I want to talk to you about like this rave era that you're in and how that you've been exploring in the past couple of years. How have you been enjoying the like synth and dance music of it all and having those shows?
It's so fun. The gateway for me personally was Eurorack, which is actually the format. It's like a modular synth format where you have small modules, and you basically, I would describe it as synthesizer guts. So instead of the synthesizer being on the inside and you play the keys and the knobs or whatever, the patch cables and everything is on the outside. And so you patch it and create your synthesizer from scratch. So you're kind of patching things and creating it backwards, which was the gateway for me, because it's so deeply up my alley. And once I got over like a little threshold of like, what the fuck is this? I just kind of fell so deeply into that. And yeah, now the show is this kind of pyramid of like Eurorack modular synths, which we are patching to each other and kind of just figuring out on the fly. And it's so fun. It's so fun. It actually feels, it reminds me of when I first learnt to play guitar, and the guitar was just, it felt like an entire universe. In some ways it still does actually, and I still do love to play guitar, but I remember that feeling of feeling like anything was possible and the world was so big. And that's kind of how I feel in this space at the moment, and it's just a cool thing. So we're trying to lean into that.
Yeah,
so beautiful.
It must be so exciting to be, years and years into your musical journey and career at this point and still be able to find things that are fun and exciting and new. Do you find that the different genres scratch different creative itches, or are they all sort of serving the same purpose for you? I
think I am probably looking for that feeling maybe more than anything, really. And I don't think sort of genre-wise is really the way we're thinking of it too often. It's probably more like just trying to find that thing that especially can motivate all of us at the same time. And sometimes there have been times when two of the guys are into a certain thing and a couple of people are into other things, and it's been sort of important to try and find something where we can all sort of fire on all cylinders together and be inspired together, and just to sort of be looking in the same direction at the same time. And at the moment it's this thing, so we'll do this until we get bored probably, and then we'll do something else.
We're talking 15 years, we're talking 27 albums across so many genres, sold out shows across the world, your own festival, your own record label. Is it crazy to ask what's next? Like, what is left for you, for King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
Techno.
And we start now. Right this.
They've got the synth under the desk.
A few of the guys did, a few of the guys did like music industry courses at uni. And that's also how some of the other guys met through doing this course. It's kind of just like the same as like our music. We just always wanted to just challenge the norm, with all of it. And then, and then Eric, who was in the band, he started the label, just like we do it ourselves, and like we have the whole like infrastructure of a label, but it's kind of like we have a team that runs it, and but it's kind of just purely just for us, But yeah, I think we are going to start to branch out and start to release some other bands like under our label. Oh, but at the moment, it's always just been us on the label kind of thing. Yeah, for the last few years anyway. Yeah.
And that's an astute approach, right? As the band's growing, why go to another label, give a big piece of the revenue to a label when you can do it yourself? If you can do it yourself, but you guys can.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a very modern approach.
for sure. Yeah, it is, and a lot of bands and artists are starting to do it now, and it's just like thanks to Stu and Michelle especially. They've Stu and Michelle have managed to create a really good team and business that is King Giz.
How long realistically do you think Gizzard will be around for from now?
I honestly, in the most cheesiest way possible, hope it's around until I die, in some way, shape, or form. Even if it becomes a completely and utterly different thing, I would love that. I'm going to be happy if it evolves and changes and grows forever.
But you're a lifer.
I'm a lifer.
Remember to tell the people that you love of how you adore them. Humanity is fragile, as is Mother Nature. Be safe once again.